Wow, he really did.
James, happy to see you. Nice to meet you.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's Greenwood City Council meeting on this Tuesday, September the 5th, 2023, at approximately 7:04 p.m. Ms. Derry, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Macy Brown?
Here.
Rob Baker?
Here.
Tim Terry?
Here.
Roger Greenwood?
Here.
Kevin McDaniel?
Here.
Rod Baker?
Here.
Full court.
Thank you very much. If everyone would please stand at this time, we will begin our meeting with a prayer led by Councilman Roger Greenwood and our pledge of allegiance led by Mr. Bryan.
Our dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we come to you tonight, Lord, to this little great city, Lord. Bless each and every one that's here, Lord. Lord, let us men up here make the right decisions for this town, Lord. And Lord, thank you for all that you do for us, Lord. And we just thank you for it all, Lord. In Jesus Christ's precious name, amen.
Amen.
Put your hand on your heart. Repeat with me, pledge allegiance to the flag of our country. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Yeah, we're not over. Just Rick. Thank you. It's not that easy, sir. At this time, I would like for the council to, if you haven't had a chance to take a look at it, maybe do that. Look, seeking approval of the minutes for the August 7th, 2023 regular city council meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to pass this.
Yes, sir. We have a motion.
Second.
And a second.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Maker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Greenwood?
Yes.
McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is recognitions and acknowledgements. We don't have anything necessarily on our list. I would like to recognize that we have a full crowd tonight, so thank you very much. I think we can owe it to the Masonic Lodge for this half of the building, maybe more. So thank you, gentlemen, for coming, ladies, if we're here. Thank everybody for coming. It's got a good crowd tonight. What great things have the sports teams done? Real quick.
Just beat everybody.
They beat everybody. So give it up for the Bulldogs. They're amazing. Next on the agenda is committee reports. South Special County Boys and Girls Club. I think Kenny get you
He's
here.
not going to be here, but yeah.
We got it written in. Kenny won't be here. SRCA, same. Parks Commission. I don't see Mr. Goldstein as our chair, but Casey's here. Okay. You have a report, and Water Wastewater Commission, Mrs. Teresa's here, and I think you turned in your report. So again, as always, if you don't, or if you see something that you don't know about, or you have questions, you need Danielle or I to reach out to.
Sorry about that. It's
Sign my
wrong
medicine.
Silence it and
Just let us know. We'll get you what you're looking for out of those reports if you don't see it. Citizen Forum, however, we have quite a few signed up. And I would say, and I know most of you gentlemen are from the, I believe everybody's, not everybody, several folks are from the Masonic Lodge. We do have you on the agenda, but if you care to come and speak 5 minutes on your own, just before we get to the number 7, you're more than willing to let you do that. I want to hear whatever you've got to say, or you can wait till number 7 to do it all at the same time. What's your pleasure? Just We'll wait till Mr. Terry kind of gets kicked off. Okay. Now, let me make sure. I have Marla Locklear and Gwen Martin, who are here, not with the Masonic Lodge. So if you ladies, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, he's here with us.
Oh, it's just this.
Judge Cox, you're here with
Yes.
us. Yeah. So if you ladies, one at a time or both, would like to come to the podium, if it's the same topic, however you want to do it, you get 5 minutes apiece, so, whatever you want to do. If you would, just state your name and address for the record, and then council will listen to you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, and staff. My name is Marla Loeffler. I live at 1415 Meadow Bridge Drive, and Gwen is my neighbor. Gwen Martin, 1455 Meadow Bridge Drive. And we've been talking about the need for sidewalks in our community, in our neighborhood, to improve the walkability. But first, I'd like to recognize the city's efforts to enhance the walkability and safety for Greenwood itself. And small towns understand that improvements for its residents should really affect all of its residents. And so far, there's a section in our neighborhood that could really use sidewalks. So with that in mind, I'd like to make a request to have sidewalks installed along Meadow Bridge Drive and Ulmer Street in order to connect with the sidewalks that have recently been put in on West Center Street. It's known that vehicle traffic through this area has increased each year as an alternate route from one town to the other. And many residents have voiced their concerns over the speed gained through this shortcut route. Even with vehicle speed adhered to, there's currently no berm, no buffer for pedestrians along the edge. The streets are quite narrow in places, and the sides of the road are sloped to varying degrees. So it's not safe for kids to ride their bikes. The complete absence of sidewalks has made it a dangerous walkway for pedestrians and inhibits the walkability of our neighborhood. I believe that sidewalks along Meadow Bridge Drive and along Ulmer Street would diminish that danger of walking in our neighborhood. And thank you for your consideration of this request to further improve the walkability in Greenwood.
I would just like to reiterate what Marla said. As a person who walks daily on that road, there have been more times than I can count where I had to jump off the side or pull my dog with me as cars sped by. And even as Marla mentioned, going the speed limit, which I would think the majority of people do, there are several that don't, especially in the morning hours to and from school, in the afternoons, just heading through it 10 o'clock in the morning. It really doesn't matter when I walk, it's always an issue. There are so many neighbors that also walk. I probably see at least 6 or 7 people every time I go, regardless of the time. So people really want to be out. We want to be able to utilize that space in front of our houses. And so with your consideration, please think about investing in that community. There's a lot of homes that would be impacted, a lot of residents that would really enjoy that. Thank you.
This neighborhood lends itself to more of a 10-foot wide multi-use trail because the lots are so deep. There's a buffer, a green space buffer off the street. That would probably enhance that neighborhood more than just a 4 or 5 foot wide sidewalk.
Very much.
So are you thinking on one side of the street?
Whoever wants to do that. And I only say that, I kind of say that jokingly, sorry, Mr. Powell. I knew Rod would speak up because he's a sidewalk guy. We all are. But I would say if it's not inappropriate, if you ladies, getting easements and right-of-ways for these sometimes are a little bit of a task. We have some right-of-way there already because it's a city street, obviously, but we're talking a 10-foot multi-use path that may take more than what we have. And if you wanted to have that up and help us, or at least coordinate with us, and I'm looking at Danielle because I laid that on her the last time on Highway 10. She did a wonderful job. So sometimes I don't think that'll be a task in your neighborhood, but you never know. So if you have your neighbors ready to be willing to do something like that, that would help our process.
Yeah, well, definitely, everyone that we've spoken to thus far is more than willing, especially, I guess, on the west side of the street, those lots are a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
Everyone's willing to give up their ditch.
Is
Let
that
me
your,
just say that.
is that your side?
My side.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Mayor, that is a real good idea. If y'all wanted to get involved and promote this more, kind of, if y'all would go together and start gaining the easements, at least that part, which can sometimes be the most onerous part, would be done. And then it's just a matter of talking the other 5 guys into putting money. So,
About how much would they be asking for? Or
if they did a multi-use trail, they probably had to get about 17, 18 feet off the road to maintain the green space.
Possibly. 10 foot is the walking path. Everything we've got is 10 foot that's paved that RDOT has granted us money for. And so you can't get money from RDOT for that unless it is 10 foot. Now you can get money from RDOT, which we did on what is now Center, all the way out for a 5-foot sidewalk. It just depends on what you're going to do. But yeah, I think it's more maybe Jeff, but 15, I would say, probably at least. Yeah, because you got to have one, you got to have a temporary construction easement to go along with that. So when they get in there and build it, whoever that is, can get in and then it goes away. And when we ask you to head that up, it's more about just getting everybody on board. You're not having to write these easements, of course. Our attorney will do that.
well, if there's a form that's already available or can be modified for a neighborhood, I can start taking
Yeah,
it around and.
we can provide that. I did that when I was a parks director, back when there was good parks directors around. That's a joke, Casey. That's a joke. We did just that. Our city attorney at the time, Mike Candy, provided that, and we just gave them to them, and they looked at them and either signed them or didn't. If they signed them, they came back and we got it done. If they had questions, we would address that. So, and certainly everybody, I'm assuming everybody in your neighborhood is going to want to know what that looks like when it goes across their driveway. I would if I had a driveway. So, if it's grant money, it's a little different process. I mean, it's kind of the same process, but they're very specific on how we do it. If it's general fund money or sidewalk money that we already have, then we can kind of do it on our own somewhat. So we're all about, I don't think anybody ever
Did
gets
we ever get the trail going through Kirby Creek to make it to Ulmer? We were struggling with the easements out of there, Mitch Thomas, I think.
No, we did not.
The reason I'm saying is because down Ulmer Street is probably our biggest issue here, but I'm looking at.
We're talking about coming over to Kirby Creek.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't commented.
The easements, the only thing we have with Ulmer is behind the clinic addition.
Right.
That was all granted.
And there's kind of a trail, but the base is there.
Yeah,
That was-
before Brown built the base,
Yeah.
the developer had to build the base, and it goes on around the corner.
And the folks that have the food truck are anxious for that to happen too. It's going to go, and then we want to get to Walmart. You have the people, even though I think we've made huge accomplishments on Center Street, Tim Spur, a lot of those folks are finally can get on the sidewalk instead of the shoulder. So they can get them walking to Walmart back too, or wherever they want to go.
Right.
Well, and I appreciate these ladies, up here to make this request and stuff. I think that for them to go around and get your neighbors involved and stuff, I think it'd really be best to have some type of drawing or rendition of saying, hey, this is what it's going to look like. This is get an idea about how much it's going to take up of your yard that you're giving up. As opposed to just kind of sign on the dotted line and it's all going to work.
I'm not laughing at it, I'm laughing about it because we actually had someone during the process of Tim Spur that wanted to know what a sidewalk looked like. Concrete.
To me, it would just be more of go door to door and say, we're trying to push to get a trail or a sidewalk. What would y'all think about giving up 10 to 15 foot easement?
Yeah.
And the Johnsons are in, okay, thank you, and the Thompsons are in. Just get a yay or nay, not even anything really, just let them know what's happening, the process is starting.
And then when you run across that one family that doesn't want it, you have an intervention. What'll also benefit the city, and you would be benefiting the walkability, as you said. Other neighborhoods hear this and know that you've done it. Somebody over in wherever is probably gonna want to do the same thing.
We're talking about private rent that's available for what they're doing.
RDOT, sure. We've been very successful with RDOT, but there's all kinds of grants, so when you talk about, especially if you're connecting schools and stuff like that, for sure.
Stick around to item 5, there's a discussion on sidewalks.
Yep. And Casey's the master here lately of getting grants for things such as, and again, we've had experience with RDOT, so yeah, I'm excited you're here and asking about it.
Great. Well, y'all can give us the form, we'll start walking around.
We will.
Thank
We
you.
will.
Thank
I'm making Danielle mad by not letting her do it.
you. I'm sure.
She can go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stacy Fox, are you with us?
I'm part of a large bunch.
I know you. Yeah. It's been a long time, how are you, sir? Good to see you. Okay, everybody else is with sign. Okay, so we'll wait till item number 7, I believe. Okay, moving on, financial report from Mr. Marsh.
You have the report probably, I believe, on your tablets. The key financial data I want to talk about real briefly. City sales and use tax revenue, the cumulative growth is 8% for the year so far. I do want you to know, I am watching that trend. That trend has been negative since early March, so from March and April on. We were at a cumulative growth of 11.7. It went to 11, 10, 9.1, 8.7, and we're at 8. So it is trending negative, but don't get too upset about that because in our infinite wisdom, we conservatively predicted a 4.5% growth. It is still growth. We kind of anticipated this happening when we did the budgets. You guys felt a little uneasy about being a little overly aggressive, so you went more conservative. And it's playing out. So you're looking at about 4 more months left. I do want you to know that with that 4.5% budget, we're still 3.5% above our budget. But it is trending negative, and it continues to go down about 0.5% every month. At that rate, you still would be above your budgeted amount. That's key because the budgeted amount is what all departments are operating on from their revenue stream. Is what was budgeted, not what they're actually receiving. County sales tax is doing primarily the same thing. We were a little more aggressive on the county. We were hoping that other cities like Fort Smith with their perceived growth would have contributed more in the county sales tax side to us. So we budgeted 8.5%. We're cumulatively right now at 6.7%. So we're down 1.8 from what we budgeted. That is also key operationally because the general departments operationally run on county sales tax. So those are 2 highlighted points. Advertising and promotion is also seeing a little bit of a lull, if you will. We budgeted 6% because that's what basically the experts were budgeting in their operations in their fast food restaurants and so forth. So 6% is what we budgeted. They're at 6.29, so they're only 0.29% above what the budget was right now at this point. Now, there was most of that was contributed by July's receipts that came in August. I'm waiting to see if there was some timing or late remitters that come in. We'll know that probably by the end of this week. And then I'll be able to adjust that based on late remitters and see what the true July revenue stream was, but it was quite low. That is also reflected in, you'll see the statistics on your charts that are in your packet. Normally we were running about 9%, we were 6.29, so we're up significantly. As far as the cash flow is concerned, we did have an increase in cash flow for the month of $74,000. Our year-to-date increase is $35,000. Both of those sound dismal, but you realize what our budget was. We were budgeted to have a massive expenditures for certain capital-related projects, which are not quite moving as fast as we anticipated. The current fund balance is still $16,600,000, and that's supposed to be well down into the 14 to 13 million range if we spent everything that was in the budget. But our percent decrease in our fund balance right now is less than 1%. So it was supposed to be rather significant. Capital expense, this will be the telltale sign of that. That is including the budget resolutions that we did this year to increase the budget. That's included in this capital expense line. It's also including street resurfacing projects. So we budgeted $7.6 million in capital expenditures for the year. We're at 1.9. Last month, we were reflecting 16%. We're at 25.46%. So it was 16%. Now it was 20%. So we're at 25, 20.61. So it is going up. That went up about 5.5%. As far as the other thing I wanted to point out, I'll give you an update on animal control. That was one of the areas that we thought we were going to miss budget on. And a lot of it had to do with the housing fees of animals, and we were looking at rates that we were going to be looking to charge for various services and impounding the animals and housing the animals that are picked up. What we found is that we are right now at a $36,000 deficit in that account. We were budgeted a $2,000 deficit, so we're $34,000 over. Last time I reported on this, it was 24. So we're up right now about another $12,000-ish from the last report. So animal control still seems to be running on a negative track right now. Our expenses for the animals that we have to deal with are far greater than the revenue stream coming in. Something to just keep watching. We'll talk more about that in our budget review session in October. That pretty much is the highlight of the key points. I do want to tell you a couple other things in the finance realm is that normally right now we're looking at being involved in 2 audits, the legislative audit and the water sewer audit. Those are both going on. Legislative audit should be done in a couple of weeks, and they should be done with their field on-site work. Water sewer is probably another month, the end of this month, before they will be wrapping up. And then we just engaged Shivitz Associates and Associates to do a 3rd audit for us because we're required due to the fact that we are a recipient of ARPA money. They're going to be looking at the first spend that we did, and they're going to be providing the federal funds audit that we're required to do, at least to get them under engagement, which we did. We got them engaged to do the audit. They're going to be starting that within the next couple of weeks, hopefully. They're doing mass quantities of these all over the state because all the municipalities that took ARPA money and have spent it are required to do this audit if they spent more than $750,000. And we did. We spent $825,000. So that one should go very well, very quick. It's pretty clean, so it's just a requirement. And as far as the speaking on the budget for on the sidewalk funds, timing is everything. Perfect time to bring that up because right now, September starts our early processing of the 2024 budget. So everybody should be thinking, especially general and street, about that opportunity to start putting some money into areas that we think there will be a quick and easy transition from easement into the actual spend. So, and all that will flow right to here. So we'll look at how those numbers come and we'll look at the revenue streams that may talk a little bit more about how we adjust our county sales tax in order to funnel more money to it, hopefully other grant opportunities, so forth. So excellent timing. I don't know if you planned that or not, but it was great. And other than that, if you have any other questions?
I just appreciate you providing that first sheet, that key financial data. It really gives us a snapshot, of where we're at and stuff. So appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. At this time in the agenda, we have agenda additions. Yes, sir.
Got one, it probably fall under old business. I'm gonna pass it down. It would be amendment of ordinance 1804. It's technically under old business, but wherever you want to put it.
Yeah, I didn't get it on the agenda this time, so it would be the 2nd reading.
It technically is the 2nd reading, it should be under old business.
I can add it to number 6, old business.
5.5.
5.5. There you go. Amending 1804 discussion. Okay.
It affects her,
Yes.
her I'm fine with 5.5, or I'm fine with 1, or I'm fine putting it in there.
You want to go one with it to get where her can leave. I'm just kidding. Her. I'm kidding. I can't pronounce your name, so I'm sorry. Tell me again.
Yeah.
That's what she said. Yeah, that's what she said.
Still can't.
That's exactly what it is. Would you want me to put it at the top? Gentlemen?
Whatever you all want to do.
That's fine. We'll make it number 1, so you're welcome to stay for 4 hours, it's fine.
It actually kind of affects the metal group later.
Yeah, it does. Okay, with that, I kind of hate to, we have a room full of folks, but I promise I won't keep you more than 10 to 15 minutes. I'd like to ask the council's consideration to go into executive session for about 10 to 15 at the very most.
The reason
It's regarding the chief position. Chief?
personnel.
Yes, personnel.
Right now?
Yes,
Do
sir.
that now?
Yeah, I like to.
I'll make a motion to do that.
Motion second. Quick bathroom break. Sorry. Call the roll.
Brown?
Yes.
Baker?
Yes.
Harry?
Yes.
Rainwater?
Yes.
Daniel?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
If we're not back in 10 minutes, Blaine, sit there. My dad.
This really needs to like a practice discussion. They have their attorney. We're gonna make us late. Yeah, that's fine.
Today, saw the video this morning, I was on the phone with Epic and MTS and all that. Shocker was supposed to have her test by Friday, and as of this morning, she doesn't have it yet. And so she had one patient finally got her unblocked right on 10 o'clock this morning. Something's changed with the new envelope that they take their Epic pills on Wednesday, and then they supposed to give them back Friday. Why are they giving them? Why are they giving them? They take their Epic, and they chocolate. Something's changed with the whole process. So I'm trying to get.
Do you like it?
Yeah. But like, same way with her.
My husband
She's supposed to start with using water.
holiday weekend.
I think they just got
For
their
them,
access.
it's 6 hours driving, but it's only 7 hours driving.
So we should be waiting for something.
I'm planning and designing construction, so Brian Lockwood worked with them. He actually lives in Indiana, so I can support her. No, I'm not. I'm good. I got a schedule in the morning.
Yeah, I know.
I already have my rental car. It's, you know, it's not bad. No, it's so nice. It's rental cars because just pay them through some
Megan
and
texted me and do what I can to keep that along. Like, all of the MTS is there, the Epic department is but they're not, pro life solutions just for ED.
Is he alignment?
So they're supposed to be meeting about it tomorrow, they're getting their help after they meet. That was all, the external moving.
We just didn't have one yes. So my husband was really hungry. Well, and hopefully it's something that you're looking at least like once a week. Yeah.
Next couple of weeks, what
I'm not going to go too far. That's nice. Most of the time, yeah. There was a big disaster in the community that I came from, and like the headline went from all over the U.S. flocked to town, like hundreds of trucks. There was frontline winds that took out tons of power lines. They just came from everywhere. We were just like, kind of response. I'm sure it's expensive.
They have us staying at a hotel down at the ballpark. I'm thinking that they'll probably leave a game.
What's your name? Christy. How are you? It's been a while.
I'm pre-med. How's retirement?
That's for sure.
It's not. I guess that's the trade-off, I think. Yeah. You have to decide by yourself. You trade the time or you get traded the money, but you usually can't.
That's why we need to get this building done. So, July is not soon enough. But July is the deadline.
No, I was asking him. I was just asking if he recommends it or not. I'm thinking.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
And if I can get houses
stick it out.
before Christmas,
I'll stick it out.
Pulling schedules under the that never happens.
No, waiting on for that house right now.
what?
The permanent bore under the road.
Why do we need
Everything else is going so well
Why do we need more in the road?
to get to the water.
Well, I know that we're making some changes about the whole X-ray stuff too.
Yes.
Did they make a decision on it?
No.
Yeah. Well, Greta and I talked about it before. And
It's hard.
Greta and I both agreed that we should do it.
They just need to speak into it better.
Yeah.
I think everybody, when we turn it up.
But so I don't understand why we're not.
So you know you probably should do follow what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, and I knew that Greta wanted to know who's traded in the old agreement.
Well, I kayak fish.
Well,
My
my
kayak
understanding
outfit.
is that there's
I
no
know.
trading
I like
value
kayak
for the
fishing.
old
You can sneak up on
Yeah.
Yeah, but they can check that out.
But we don't really, my preference is not to. Because we're donating
I love that.
the old building, 03 building to the Good Samaritan Clinic. Eventually, we're gonna wanna do X-ray.
My significant other and me,
We might as well just leave it.
we're gonna go find it.
They'll just have to hire an X-ray tech and do all their own stuff.
I don't think that's been.
Homeless looking guy along there.
Oh, yeah.
He's gonna come over here.
That equipment's gonna take us.
Yeah, I've been here for 25 years.
I just, because I know that I talked to everyone about it.
Yeah.
Friday.
But how you been having fun ever since, haven't you? How long did she go through that? Isn't that unbelievable? How you can tell a body can. I mean, we should be more miserable. Go a few hours. Very bad, very terrible. Because the family, it's really hard on the family.
Steve, what's the date on the for
Carla, she retired. Yeah. No, you let Becky Smith.
where it's not breaking news,
Dedication.
Lily Kyle, she's very intentional.
Say, surely
She likes to
beyond that,
show.
aren't they?
She likes to show.
it was supposed to be done.
Yeah, we just don't.
Engaged, correct? Are you a part of that?
No.
Okay. Do I?
Well, they live up on Hill Road.
I think it's 12 years.
Oh, you did?
And we'll be ready to do an expansion all over. No.
McCarthy is finishing it?
Yeah, they're the ones doing the hospital, right?
Yep, that's what,
Yeah.
it was her family. She was under Well, yeah, I'm still working here.
I haven't heard that the original contractor has come back from.
Still?
There's a class action lawsuit with the current contractor from 13 other parties, not including us, failure to deliver on time for residential units.
Oh, wow. Yes.
So, sorry, perfect time for
Good talk.
And what I heard was that one of the reasons why the subcontractors hadn't finished work when Pitt started calling them was because they never received payment from the contractor. And that's when the contractor was in Europe. So he was taking their money and vacation. Yep. That wasn't done. Yes.
enormous losses.
Well, it was, so as Donnie Jr. does, Donnie Sr. does commercial, Donnie Jr. does residential. Senior had a stroke right after we broke ground.
Like I said, Gerald's like, we need to keep you and things that are going up.
So things like, well,
I'm
like
sure
the
that-
architectural drawings didn't really make sense for healthcare, things like the museum doors were not wide enough to be by 2 inches. Somebody put that under and so
Probably the second week he was here. Because it was like, oh my gosh, this traffic. You don't have to go down by your house. Yes.
Bashir is doing pretty good, right?
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. That's what you're doing.
No, I just really like that. Yeah.
Kelly Wilson. I just read
Like alleviate that and
Kelly,
the contract was like, yeah.
finally?
We are done.
Okay. So this is Dr. White, he's one of the physicians. And Dr. Callaway is our physician, he's at
Thank you.
Yes, I was just
Prepared speech.
No, I'm just here in favor.
Oh, you're talking.
I'm sure.
About 11,000 square feet, 5.1.
Pam could speak to like specifics about the building and that, those things, but I think what we're doing to provide is expanding healthcare services for the growth.
And all we're doing is
Yeah, just like that's what
putting on the
well, like there was an ordinance.
construction request, but
We didn't know about it.
you're advocating for benefit, you bring to the community.
Okay, so I'm the one that went down. Yes. Last Thursday, I think.
Yes.
I came down with a check.
It wasn't big enough.
Yeah.
For the first permits.
Yes, which was going to be about $10,000 plus. So I wrote the check out. And she goes, oh no, you owe the impact fees before I can give you the permit. And I said, nobody's told me about this. She slid across and posted it. It said water 3,000, sewer 3,000. And I said, no, you have the comments in the wrong spot. You know, I can pay you out of my company credit card. That's not right. Oh no, that's right. I said, that's not right. Like nobody has told me this at all. Oh yeah. Crazy.
extortion.
The problem is that it came out
Well, my guess is that they probably passed this ordinance when they first
So it's not uncommon to get these fees on building permits, they're called like impact fees and tapping fees, and I would expect 2,000 for each one.
Well, it's in like 4 building size now, if we were 150,000 square foot building, then we're gonna have a story, or a huge development, but not 10,000 square feet.
It's funny that you have to figure that out,
Well, I think the ordinance gives them the authority Well, I don't, who had?
Yes, so I talked to, that day, the building inspector, and it's going to happen to me. So I was against this, he said that he was against this from the very beginning when they passed it.
So you know more information than Ryan.
Well, I was here and I was on, I called Ryan and I said, we have a problem. Put him on speakerphone and we found out a lot.
Well, and Ryan told us.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
But, it's really stifling. You know, it's governmental issues. We get rid of some other for-profit, commerce, large industrial site, they're gonna steal them.
The fee should be based on the percentage of the construction cost or the square footage or the usage, something of that nature, not just a flat fee of $20,000.
Usually you pay like 1,500 or 2,000 for like.
I would let Jane talk to us. And you talk to providers, services you provide to grow that all.
Bigger conversation. So, you know, and that's when I think
What? Well, we took 1,000 out from energy.
I'm breaking from this thing. There's 27 of us.
You're not going to have time to take breaks.
I said today. I didn't have time to breakfast.
Hey, the bigger the break room, then you're going to have to have more drug work. Don't we want to not have the drug work there?
I like it.
Kelly.
Oh, Kelly. This is James. Sorry. James. The James with what's he gets? Kelly, you're with the Shears. Not her.
Right. Yes.
Get your chicks in.
We go to the same parish.
And I go to Dr. Martin as my friend. So I'm familiar with that building.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we got another couple of years left.
What do they do?
It's a secret.
I don't
We have ideas. We have ideas. What are they doing? The school district is talking about what it's funding for school-based funding.
Oh, yeah.
That's located.
I haven't seen one in a long time.
I mean, yeah, I know. But the funding isn't from us, the funding's from the state. And the challenge is transportation, I mean, the way the other schools, yeah, yeah, that's what we need to do. Man,
We've solved 4 other problems.
It's the old clinic.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Right now it's my storage locker. That's where I store extra furniture and equipment. Well, I use things from there for that. I use stuff from there for Clarksville. That's where we got desks for new providers.
There's always a stash somewhere.
Is she? Good. Okay. Good. He's in Charleston, yes.
He is. I haven't talked to him.
Yeah.
Java media, whatever we call it. Teams,
Or Epic Chat.
No, it was the instant
Yeah.
thing.
So yes, he is in Charleston.
Okay, so who is in?
For the school-based clinic, somebody new that hasn't started yet. What is her name? Yeah, it's one.
Because we have
Mike, do you remember?
What's that?
Who's the new nurse practitioner who hired me at the school-based clinic? I think it was somebody that you guys.
So enjoyed one of my.
One of the last groups that you guys
Always
had.
normally have 2 memberships.
No, I'm looking at it.
So part of the transition was deciding to eventually buy a house and typically go to church nearby.
Because we got a new one in Google too. Drake is in Google. That's her first
Yeah, it's huge. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I sing in a choir, not very well, but I sing in a choir. I think it was school community.
A lot of the diocese stuff is done as
Oh, really?
yeah. Yeah, I think there's supposed to be as
No worries. You do not. You're just fine. It's okay. I've done it last time. Do you know Andrew Chancellor?
Yeah, she's infectious disease.
Yeah.
So she works with Dr. Davis. So Marissa Lawrence is a new front row and McCormick's new. Drake Schlittle. S-C-H-I-C-H. You know her street name? It's a girl. I didn't know if that was somebody. But don't you still have some open precept with you?
Some, but I don't know any of those names.
Okay.
You still take the students?
I do, right now, I'm a med student. He got his
Med
mind
student?
blown today.
How did you get a med student? But what? So, but you can't do that. No, the physician's got to be able to precept the medical student.
I don't know.
Dr. Barton is official.
I basically, I didn't get told, and I didn't get asked, I got volunteered.
Well, who signs?
Bart's gonna be on vacation. Sorry, I'm talking now.
No,
But I have a student. I'm teaching him the rest of my day. Today, and he learned a lot. Today he learned a lot. He learned walking is crazy.
the medical school wanted to take students down to Hope Campus also, and I said, no, we don't have a physician. Bob can't supervise, you can't supervise medical school. But there's a new dean at the medical school, so who knows what they're doing.
Well, they probably don't know.
Well, the dean should know. So they don't know that Mark was on there.
Whatever they say. Well, what I do is I shadow. I have a shadow the first day.
So I'm sure post-vacation you saw some pictures.
You know,
Not feeling well.
Well,
I saw 49.
Were you walking today?
3 or 4 this morning. I'm not sure she had any openings. But I cut off 3.
Did you hear that Bentley's, Brown's, and troops are going to start doing walk-ins?
So I said, you're not going to get me to go to that. You're absolutely right. I would give up my career. Because it's fine, it's terrific. Yeah. But when it's not, today was pretty good. I sent one to the ER. After school, I sent them to
Oh, yeah, but I think what they're looking at is approach. And when you compare the 5 of them to you and Ashley, there's a big difference. I can see why you're saying that you would use up, but you're giving. Yeah.
we go back in together.
I know. I know.
some of my notes comes from
What?
even when we were selling.
What's 500?
They think this is the answer.
But now,
Yeah.
I remember with full at 8, it was full at 10:30, it was full at 10:30. It keeps going, it's changing everything. Like, I'm just seeing I'm not trying to like figure out how many.
I've checked
But I
it
know
before,
there's a right
they
answer.
get an update.
And you guys have a walk into non-established missions.
We physically.
No, not until we get into the house. But I think that's one of the things that they're going to consider a cliff, because that way you can help build.
There's like I said on that first August, I was going to.
Yes.
But not to do with that.
Yeah.
Where'd y'all go? We run into that all the time. You know, so it works. There's a thing.
Well, I like the last
And we probably got some stuffies in
So, it's, who's not in there? Rod Powell's fault that we're late and Daniel. Thank you for enduring that. I apologize for it taking longer than I thought. No action to be taken at this time in regards to our discussions. So we will move on. I'll wait till, who's missing? Two. We have quorum. Well, let's just, yeah, y'all been waiting, so let's do this. We moved, here we go. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. It's yours, but we moved up, so we're on yours. We're on your number one. On your unfinished business. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, so 1804 is private club license. Y'all asked me to bring it in a different way from the first reading, so I provided that way. The green is new language. All the black is the current ordinance that we have. Where you see, if you'll turn to page 2, application fee, this is from Daniel. Daniel had asked that there be a definition because there's some confusion about the fee and the climb. Originally, we looked at wanted to put a significant fee on applying so we didn't get a lot of frivolous people clogging the agenda. That $1,500 in the definition would not be prorated. You know, it's a fee. Now there's an additional fee if you look down to supplemental privilege fee, second from the bottom above youth organizations. That fee can be prorated depending on what time, if you were approved in the year. So if you went to ABC, you come back and you're cleared, and it is September, like now, and you went through the process last year, you come in, you only pay half. And that is in section 12. But we'll try to clear it up. The application fee is the application fee. If you pay it, it's a one-time deal. We originally put it in because, you had Boy Brown, who was going to come apply with his Boys Burgers and Moors down at the end of
Jay Hawker Lane.
Yeah, Jay Hawker Lane, and we're sitting there, and we talked about it. We said we might have 15 applications if we don't put a substantial fee on it and make it serious. Now, we did back off on that and say we'll give it back to you, but for in the moment of time, we're going to take your check and cash it and put it in the account. And then if you're not approved, we'll give it back to you in a few months. But that does get some frivolous, we're considering serious people, not a shack of Boys, Burgers, and Moors down in the lot, Jayhawk Lane. Which we still have one person that was named after right here.
So it's 1,500 up front, win or lose, and then if, after they're applied, depending on what time of the year it is, when their approval is met, through Little Rock, then it's either 1,500 or 750.
Yes, then you're getting into supplemental every year, annual privilege license fee. So if you go to page 3, nothing is removed from B. This would be section 3B, if y'all are there. We're just adding the word brewed, comma, distilled. The rest of it is original language. If you'll go down,
What does that mean?
I can add a brewed would be,
I assume that's beer.
that's beer. Distilled would be whiskey.
Moonshine.
Yes. And that really covers everything. So the language is still the same. Wine and continuous liquors manufactured, sold, and distributed by Arkansas residents. So like it's
Does that mean
always
state
been,
law? I mean, is that why you did that?
that would be, it is, we're not changing state law. We are changing our own law. These are people that are exempt from our own taxes.
So that's my question.
I think this was.
Wines are exempt, but are these other two things exempt for Arkansas?
No, and they're not currently in our ordinance. If you'll turn over to page 4, does that answer your question?
But this was, like I said, the pattern from like Conway's. It really
Yeah,
wasn't a state ordinance, state statute. This was
The ordinance
from.
we have goes back to the 80s. To about
Because
80.
Arkansas law says you can't regulate wine in Arkansas, the making of wine in Arkansas.
And now they allow, back in the 80s, they did not allow for you to, they did not allow for you to home brew and distill, but now they do.
Okay, that's my question.
So we, in 1980, when it was done in Conway, which is what we copied off of, and there was a push to have people try to use Arkansas wines. And they were just exempting everything in their requirement from the ordinance. Again, that's an old part. And I'm just adding now brewed and distilled. If you'll go to, are you satisfied?
Yes.
If you'll go to page 4 on K, so if you look, we're not deleting anything, we're just adding for the purposes of sidewalks and trails is where the funding goes. L, that's the one that was a little controversial, and it's why we're really here. L's 1,000 feet, changing it to 400 feet. Newspaper called me and said, if I don't drop this, they're going to run me, or he is going to run me. And I said, look, I said, you know, it's so onerous, it's so difficult. They're 1,000 feet, not this one. It's a different newspaper.
You're scared.
I was scared. It was another newspaper. And I said, look, I said, if we don't come in here and try to put a little bit of fairness to this, some council, where I'm not sitting on it, or the rest of us are not sitting on it, some just going to come in there and say, this is too difficult, we want to just repeal the whole ordinance and be done with it. I said, at least this, now you would be happy with that, I know.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to repeal, I just want to change.
Yeah. So these are the concessions. So the 1,000 is underlined because that would come out, and the green, which is 400, would go in. You still have the last line, prior approval from city council. There are still exceptions, extraordinary exceptions where an appeal could be made and the council could go and say, yes, it can be 0. But right now, so this would be 400. If you'll go to page 5, I was just taking out where in section 13 where it said issue, changed it to be issued. That was just more of a clerical. That's it. I'm asking for it to be, it's already had a first reading. I'm asking for a motion, put it on the second reading by title only.
In case I missed it, did you mention, or this does not have anything in my entertainment district, correct?
No,
Okay, good. I don't think it should.
Yeah, they told me that was, you're trying something that they said you're crazy. That's what they told me.
Well, besides the 400 feet, I'm a no-go on the sidewalks and trails. I don't know if anybody else cares or wants to join the party. It just needs fees, taxes, penalties. If you want to say penalties, maybe, or to separate, but the fees and taxes need to go to general, because as we've heard, our tax revenues are a little bit going down. This may not boost them at all if anybody even attempts to try to, put in for a private club license, but I would rather just go in the general and be distributed where we need to be.
I agree with that. I think the council should decide where the money goes.
I look at it as a quality of life issue, and we struggle with trails and sidewalks. And I think
Need a better council.
this would help have some dedicated money. And this is not a lot. There is no windfall.
So I think that, two ladies, here were saying that we're trying to make a commitment to,
Right.
put sidewalks or trails in subdivisions and stuff. I think, we're going to need funding from
So I
someplace.
I still have the same people from the same churches, civic groups that call me and say, "I like 1,000." I said, "I do too. I just don't think it's long term. It's fair." And the money being restricted to trails and sidewalks, they said, "Man, this is something that gets kids involved. It gets kids around town. I love the ones we have. We need more, more, more." And if you can dedicate some money to improve this, they said, I can kind of see a concession if it's going to happen anyway. So.
Agreed. I still feel like if it's not, one way or the other, if this does start a domino effect, and folks start applying for this and it starts happening, I don't know why we can't go back in later and say we're going to amend this. If it's a whole lot of money coming in, we'll put 5-10% to trails, or if it's not a whole lot of money, we'll put all of it to trail.
Well, I'm hoping that the revenue from the restaurant sales, which is really supposed to be the majority, that's going to be affected, will go really to the, general fund, and we'll see a up there, and then this part.
We take a percentage of our county sales tax and dedicate it to certain things. We could do the same thing with our general fund. As a percentage.
It's hard having that discipline. We've not been disciplined in the 20 years I'm here to kind of.
Well, I don't know if you noticed it, but Mr. Marsh is.
I thought we were very disciplined. So we come in under budget every time. We're very disciplined.
I see where you're coming from, Mr. Powell, Councilman Powell, for sure, especially if there are folks that would lean toward allowing it if it goes to that. But I kind of see the other side too, where, and you have to be disciplined. The council would have to say, this is every budget, X amount of dollars, or if you split it, I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, I just think alienate police, fire departments, whatever, general, where we could use it.
Yeah,
We've done that
one
before.
year you may want sidewalks for sure, but you may
Right.
need it somewhere else.
And police is what's going to deal with the ugly side of it.
That's right.
Yep, that's true.
I don't want to increase the police department's problem, so I'm happy at 1,000 feet.
Now we're going backwards.
I'm happy with the way it is. It's.
You are, I think, in my opinion, what you're going to increase is police.
Yes.
Calls. And if you're going to dedicate money somewhere, or send it to the police department, because I think that's what it's supposed to be. But
If we're gonna increase the problems with the police department, I think we'll leave it at 1,000. I'm happy with the ordinance the way it is, and that's what I told the newspaper. I am perfectly happy exactly the way it is.
Tom, how do we look at our sidewalk budget?
Not, you're still wolfing.
Well, we've never made a true effort or a true drive to do anything about it, to be honest with you. And I don't think this is gonna, and I've talked to this young lady several times, we eat lunch with her 5 times a day. I mean, and the sale of her, this alcohol, if she's so permitted, and by the way, if the congregation, if you will, doesn't know, this is just allowing her to apply. This is not giving her permission to sell alcohol. It allows her to apply to the ABC, who have their own issues.
Probably the easiest part of the process.
Yeah, oh,
You
definitely.
read through it.
I
have you
think,
talked to ABC?
We're on the process, but like I said, from that time I spoke, we have to get through here first. There's no means of, if we get through there first and then we don't get through here, then might be.
they don't really want, if I remember when this happened before, and I talked to ABC myself, they don't want to talk to her yet. They want
They
her.
threw it back in our lap.
Absolutely, and none of us appreciate that.
Which argues in favor of, this is a dry county because the people voted it to be a dry county.
Okay.
And if the people want it not to be, they need to have a vote of the county and change it.
Not so much the county,
It was voted to dry county, but the city of Fort Smith voted themselves wet. You have to have a certain percentage of the voters in the county vote to go wet. And so now that they hold liquor licenses, they don't want anybody else to go wet, because that's where they lose their citizens. Their citizens. How do you do that?
And let's don't get confused, and I'm not the expert here by any means, but we're not talking about going wet.
Right.
We're talking about private club license. And I do realize that involves alcohol, but it doesn't mean you can go to Walmart or anywhere else and not exactly in the case of beer. It's a private club license.
I hate that the Arkansas State Legislature passed that Act 1112 in 2017 and put us in this spot that we were constantly kind of in when somebody pops up wanting to do this. And it's forced us to put a process in place to where we can control our town. But that's where we're at.
Right.
But I'd like to still see that at 1,000 feet instead of the 400. You know, we're not a channel. And it's gonna get fixed apart more problem.
We had a map that showed what all that.
We do.
Yes.
That's your cue, huh?
I mean, you don't have to.
You, at 1,000 feet, before he gets it, we know, we saw it. It's good to have it. Nobody's good to go except Lynn House.
But the curve, which
And
is
the
not
curve.
developing for restaurants,
Correct. Well,
perfectly.
unless the church showed up, and I don't think the library is a,
It doesn't make
doesn't make any difference.
it doesn't make the list, I'm not very.
There's nothing to do. I mean, if you were there first, it says in there nothing to do.
Well, obviously, I'm not for the 400 feet either, I'm for 200 feet, but I'm not gonna fight that losing battle, so I don't have any problem with the 400 feet, but I certainly have a problem with the sidewalk. We've gotten into issues with streamlining money funds, and I just rather be the general, we can do what we want. Because we don't
Mr.
require.
Finance Director, what say you about that?
Dedicating it to the sidewalk. Right now, sidewalks absorb the cost of the overrun on sidewalk is street. Street's the one that primarily funds it. Unless you get RDOT grants, 80-20 grants that turn out to be 55-45. Because of the amount of time it takes. They're locked in, and RDOT's locked in on their portion, we're not. We're the ones that have to fund it as costs go up. So time is of the essence if you get those types of grants for sidewalks. I think the initial permit fee that goes towards the sidewalk, whenever builders build and they don't build a sidewalk, That's woefully inadequate. It basically covers repairs and maintenance. That's
We're about
all.
to talk about that, right?
Pardon?
That's about to get talked about.
Yeah, that's not to get talked about.
Red's 400, black's 1,000.
What about the dairy?
Dairy's in the 400, it would be able to do it. Both the,
But
There's
not
a
1,000.
thousand.
no, the dairy's not.
Only Lynn's house.
Lynn's house is the old man.
Right, Hunter?
Dairy is very.
You studied this pretty hard. You drew it.
Been a while since I looked at it.
The 400 feet, you bring in both Mexican restaurants, Lynn's House, and the dairy, I think is what we talked about last time, that are currently built and established eateries.
So there is a church right here off of West Denver that has changed ownership, and I don't know that it has a current congregation. If it does not, then I don't know, does the ordinance define what is considered
Is
a
that on-
church,
is that-
active or not?
Is that on the hill?
Yeah. It's owned by,
Is that not still?
Mr. Oliver.
Is that, it's not a church, is it?
Yes, a
not?
building that is primarily used for religious worship.
Primarily used, but if it doesn't have an active congregation.
But not,
Churches, maybe, I mean, there's a church that had.
right, it's not currently a church. That's a question.
Bradley has it rented to a church.
He does, okay. I didn't know that.
So if that's the case, then I did miss one that's right here.
Well, that begs the question also, Hunter, there by across from the police station, in that shopping,
Yeah, there's a little.
in the corner.
Yeah, the church there.
RLN or, yeah.
He does.
Yes, included.
I think I've got that one in here.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'll be this one here.
I mean, I don't think that changed. It's there.
No, it's right here. I don't think it is included, because it was 1,000 feet coming up about here.
But no building, no.
There's no restaurant.
No restaurant currently. So the question is, do you want to put it on, do you want to keep it on, do you want to address the, I know we are addressing those issues.
You know, if Ben and Daniel, you know, they want to, I mean, I'm fine to go in there with the, you know, eliminate the parks and trails. You know, I just thought it was a good.
Not parks, just sidewalks.
Sidewalks and trails, excuse me, yeah, sidewalks and trails. I mean, you know, they'll tax it up later in the, maybe separate out the general fund, you know. It's, I thought right then when we discussed on down. I'd like to make a motion that we read this for the second reading by title only and omit the sidewalks.
4K. That's section 4K.
Do you change that to taking it out, or do you go to the general fund?
I just say take it out, it would automatically, I would
Go to the general fund,
wouldn't it, for all taxes.
So K is removed.
Just remove it.
Okay. You got, gentlemen, the motion is, third reading, second reading, title only, removing K,
Removing that addition in K, sidewalks and trails.
section 4K, yes.
Or I guess can we remove K, then, K would be fun, we can remove the whole thing, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Gotta
remove,
remove, okay.
and it's not designated for anything.
All right.
But does it say, I guess we should assume the general fund.
Tom's nodding his head, it would go anyway.
Yeah, it would hurt to dedicate it.
So replace K
You could.
with
That way it's
I
clear.
don't understand.
fees, taxes, and penalties received pursuant to the chapter shall be used for general purposes in the general fund. How's that?
I want to go back to this, on page 3. It's section 3, on the bottom of page 2, section 3, permits required. And then it says you can't do this without having a permit, blah, blah, blah. And then Rod's provision, this shall not apply to manufacture, sale, distribution of brewed distilled wines. Yeah, made in Arkansas. I don't see the point of that. It doesn't have anything to do with the permit. Rod says it has something to do with taxes. You can't tax wine made in Arkansas or something. That's not clear what that is.
And if that's the only thing you sell, you don't have to have this permit. You want to pay the permit.
Sure it would. I mean, she can't go sell wine at La Fiesta right now.
I think all.
Because it's
all
made in
wine
Arkansas.
spirits are taxed. I think that there are exceptions on selling in certain establishments and serving on Sundays. Like you could sell wine on Sundays in certain establishments that are Arkansas wines.
Yeah, there is certainly provisions for Arkansas, Peru, you know.
Somebody 5 years from now is gonna sit here and argue with you that anything made, sold, and distributed in Arkansas, that anybody can go sell around here.
Is anybody here?
That's not what we're saying.
Anybody else know? I mean, looking at the judge.
Aren't we saying that this is what Conway used?
Yes.
They're pulling it off.
I didn't look at you because it's beer, I looked at you.
I know where
That doesn't sound right.
Conway's doing real well with that ordinance.
Yeah, okay,
He's dead, but Don Zimmerman wrote it.
yes.
Don Zimmerman wrote it for Conway. When we pulled it up, Don said, I wrote this back in 1979 for Conway, Arkansas, and he said, it's good. It's
I honestly think that this B applies to that section that you were talking about, the entertainment district.
So you think I
I
moved
mean,
this?
the way it's written, it says you gotta have a permit, except that B says, shall not apply to the manufacture, sale, distribution of brewed distilled wines, liquors manufactured, sold, and distributed in residents of Arkansas.
Kind of saying you don't need,
That basically says if a resident of Arkansas has made it,
you don't need.
you can sell it in a restaurant. And that's not
Without a
right.
permit.
I think that applies to the entertainment district.
I've moved that out of the section.
So that needs to be clarified somehow.
They just say strike B.
It's not, it is relevant.
I think I think you may be right, Rod, that the tax hits on Arkansas wine could have been different. I don't have any idea what that is.
Are you willing to do your motion to do that?
Yes, I am willing to amend my motion. I amend my motion with the change there in item K on page 4 to replace sidewalks and trails to in the general fund taxes. And then on page 3, up there at the top of the page, item B to omit that section altogether.
What page ought to be?
Page 3, top of the page, item B,
Strike it.
strike it.
By the way, section 4B says that it goes into the general fund, $1,500 fee.
Second.
Have a motion and a second.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Meeker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater?
No.
Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
And Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Passes by majority. An ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance 18-04, establishing a permitting process and privilege permit for selling or dispensing any controlled beverage within a private club within the city of Greenwood by businesses licensed by the state as a private club to sell alcoholic beverages, levying permit fees, city supplemental tax of 10% of beer, wine, and 14% of mixed drinks upon the annual gross receipts which are derived therefrom, repealing ordinances in conflict, establishing penalties for the violation of these provisions and for other purposes.
Great, thank you, gentlemen.
Charlotte, should we put that on my next
Oh, yeah.
meeting? Can you clean that up?
Yes. Will you send me the word button back? That municipal stuff.
One on that, or, yeah, 1 or 2, or whatever you want to call it, I guess now. Planning, building, orders, regulating fences, and third reading. Mr. Bell?
Mayor, Council, Terry, the next item on the agenda is the regulation of fences. Again, this is the ordinance that Hunter's been working on to regulate fences and easements. since the last reading. We passed it by the planning commission, and they had some changes that they'd like to see made on it, and Hunter's here tonight to go over the changes that have been put in the ordinance since the last time that you saw it.
That was the sidewalk ordinance thing that changes.
Okay. Sorry about that.
I don't believe there were any changes to this since the last time I was up here. I think Mr. McDaniel and maybe Councilman Powell were not here last time I presented this. I do want to reiterate that I added number 12 in definitions that covered definition of livestock. And then I also added section 3, number 18, pertaining to fences for livestock.
What is that acreage minimum, 100, you know?
I don't.
I think it's 7.
I believe so. So the way that I have this worded, it says it may be used when the acreage minimum has been as defined by the animal control ordinance.
Could, let me ask a question about that. If it's 5, so across the street over here, you got Randy Mizell's place, and I don't know how big it is. Let's just say it's 4 acres. You kind of grandfathered in there, you know what I mean?
Correct.
I don't know if that needs to be clarified somehow or another, but, you know.
We just had some discussion on this the other day about grandfather clauses pertaining to a different ordinance. And I think the decision that was made was no property is grandfathered without a grandfather clause added into a specific ordinance. So that would be something that would have to be added. Grandfathering is not to be assumed unless it is determined.
I mean, there's a few places around town that are kind of small little farm type areas.
I would property right down the street.
Which property?
The one on the right side of the building. Brady's old house.
Yeah, yeah. You know, up there around Doc Burgess's house, I mean, it's got more than acres there. But some of those places like that, you know.
There's 5.
So, yeah, there's 5 up there. I'd like to just put something in there about that, grandfather those in.
Add grandfather clause. Okay.
Now, somebody with a horse in their backyard, it's a 50 by 50 backyard, that's probably not good.
They've got other issues in this ordinance.
No.
They've got to deal with the animal control on that.
You don't want to mess with that.
So would that be just like a section 10, to add that, say that,
Yeah, just like whenever we would add the emergency clause at the bottom, I'm assuming it would be something similar to that. I've never seen it before, so I have to do some research.
So this was moved to the 3rd reading, so we need to table on this, and go back to the grandfather to read or is that?
I'm good with it.
Josh, motion to table.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion to second, table.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Meeker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. Daniel?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Next item, Mr. Bell.
Next item is the request for rezone on the property located at 223 South Gunter for the purpose of the construction of the duplexes. You've seen the elevations for the upscale duplexes that they plan on putting in that area. This is for the 3rd reading.
No new information.
No. No, it was approved off for the second, to go to the 3rd reading at the last council meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the 3rd reading.
I was wondering about, again, when we talk about R5, you say mixed zone, and it was commented that you said that we as a city, other than if it's a developer, you know, he has covenants that he can control what kind of facade it's going to be or or exterior that goes on the house, and we can't as a city. And that kind of, kind of concerns me when you put a broad scope of R5 in there. And I'm thinking, and there's been a couple instances where I've been disappointed about the R5 that we have approved.
Which one would that be?
And I would think that,
Hey, Steve, which one are you?
well, there's one on, I think Coker Street up there, where we had a resident kind of, complain, I cannot remember her name, but she can explain about it possibly being, not conducive to the rest of the neighborhood. And I kind of agree with her, now it's been, built, that it's not really conducive.
I'm not familiar which one you're talking about.
When Jamie built up there on North Dakota.
It's all white,
Very.
to me, very generic and stuff,
Oh,
no garage or anything like that.
They're Coker and Houston.
Most of the houses up there don't have roads.
I think they have carports and things,
Some of them do, some of them don't.
I mean, I think certainly you can get, for new construction, require that. Anyway, I would like to see that, if it's an R1, we still have some control on whether or not, if there is a variance or whatever,
We see what they plan on putting. These have 2-car garages, 3-bedroom, 2-place. Brick and siding. I don't know how you could ask for any more than that in a residential or mixed use area.
And that sounds like an R1 to me too.
Do what?
Isn't that an R1?
That's a mixed use.
I mean, so what they're gonna put in there, I mean, that's outside under R1, it's 2-car garage, you're saying?
Can't do a duplex with R1 home.
Oh, it's a duplex, yes.
I don't guess I understand your question. I mean, the developer brought this in for us to look at and show us what they plan on building, and you say that you want upscale building in these areas, R5, R1, or whatever. This has to be an R5 because it's a duplex. You can't put a duplex in R1. And so this checks out all the boxes that you say that you want to be in an R5. So I don't understand your question. I mean, I'd be proud to live next door to that myself.
Kind of a vandal, I think.
What did duplexes go under before we had R5, R2?
R2.
R2 not exist anymore?
Yes, but it was a multifamily area. R5 is for infill and,
Well, R5, the main thing about R5 is probably lot lines, setback.
that's a lot to do with it, because of the variances that it would require on some of the smaller lots in town.
This R5, we're putting a lot of congestion in on some of these. Gunther, that's a pretty sorry street. I mean, they're so narrow, and when we put all these people in there and congest it, somebody will go in there and fix those streets. It's hard to fix when we intentionally put all this congestion in there.
That area up there is not a very, now, Old Hackett is well traveled, but Gunther and those side streets there have little traffic on them. This backs up to the hill.
This is a pasture behind the house that recently sold an auction by me.
Yeah.
Well, I just noticed in our, construction, guidelines, whatever, there's one section here that says, section 2 says structures which are not designed or constructed to meet the local inspection requirements of this ordinance shall be restricted to the following zoning classifications, R4 and R5. So that kind of concerns me that right there, that they're saying that, anything that goes in an R5 doesn't have to be, have the same, local inspection requirements that, an R1 does, or an R2, or.
It has to go under the building code, I think.
Well, I don't know, you kind of help me explain that,
I never would you like to say anything on that? Here's your inspector right here.
I mean, my building codes don't change based on whatever particular zone it's under at all. So that, I don't know what you're referencing there.
That's on page 13 of 38 of the, ordinance 18-09.
I'm wondering if it's not referring to like pre-existing non-compliant structures that would come in under an alternate zone, would then go under a looser bidding R4, R5 with different zonings, setback regulations and whatnot. But as far as the inspection side of this industry, it doesn't change based on what zone it is. I'm guided by the book. So
The master plan, what was that area zoned for?
it's got an R5 overlay district right now.
Is there a house on this property right now?
There is.
They're gonna tear it down.
I'm not certain right now.
Well, where are you gonna put the duplex? You gonna take down that?
There's multiple. So they've got the, you see the map. There's a couple acres. That's where they got this property right behind them.
This is what I'm putting the duplex.
So it's gonna be a public street or a private drive?
So the lots will turn on to Cedar.
How many?
We haven't seen the plan for it yet, Rod.
Public street. Is anything more than 3 is gonna require a public street? Cul-de-sac, turnaround?
I don't believe so. That would be a minor subdivision, but I don't think that it requires a public street. So a minor subdivision is that it doesn't require any public streets.
And again, we haven't seen the plat on that, so that would be something that we would review.
So what's
And they brought it to-
determines a minor subdivision from subdivision? What's
The number of lots, and 6 or fewer is a minor subdivision,
6 or fewer is a minor subdivision, so you can.
unless they go to put a public street in. If they did 6 lots, but they put a public street down the center of it, it becomes a large scale subdivision. But if it does not require it, it still falls under minor regulations.
So 6 houses or less, it could be a private drive.
I don't think they're all gonna access, their driveways are gonna come off Cedar Street. So like I said, we haven't seen it, we're just looking to rezone the property as a whole. They're gonna present to us all of that information, and we'll make those determinations at that time. You know, if they come in and they want us to do 8 lots, then they get some more issues. If they wanna come in and put 1 because of all the issues, start to rezone for them. It's kind of the plan.
That's what I'm just saying. I'm fine to rezone it for duplexes, and that's what it is. It's just going to be, for duplexes, multifamily, development. But then they still have to come by there and, present us, with, like example, a plat and what they're going to do. Right now, they're showing us a conceptual thing,
But that's the process of the planning department and the building department and the planning commission, is to go through this process. They've come and they've asked for a rezon. That's all they've asked for. They did bring that to show us the quality of the building that they want to build. And actually, for a rezone, you really don't have to do that. You can tell somebody that you have this idea. They can come and say, we have an idea. They presented this elevation and said, here's what we want to build there to ease your mind, that we're not going to be building low-income homes over there. And so then, once the rezone, then they can go back and they can look at our subdivision regulations, the requirements of the number of buildings that they can put on that lot. And then they come back to the planning department, and we look at it, and we look to see if that is a possibility. If it does not meet our subdivision regulations and zoning regulations, then they're refused. If they are, if they do fall under that, then they can go ahead on with the project. If they need a variance or something like that, that goes in front of the planning commission. That is the process that the city goes through on any of these constructions. And, we can't jump in front of all this because they're going through the process that we've laid out in ordinances.
Mr. Lloyd is here. I think the process that you're describing is the same process that Mr. Lloyd went through to build the homes on Cedar.
Exactly.
All right, Cedar. On the back packet. And I can verify, I mean, I live up there. I live on up the hill a little bit, but I live up there, and I've talked to several people in the community or the area. Not everybody's thrilled with all houses being built, because a lot of people have lived up there for 80 years. So once in a while, somebody will say, I don't like that because you probably know who I'm talking about. And I respect that opinion. It's blocking her view from looking across the road. But I can testify that those houses, similar to these, I think, are as an addition, and I live up there, so it's making things better up there. in my
I
opinion.
haven't heard any negative.
It's the oldest part of town.
Is there sewer on this lot?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't have sewer in my house, if anybody cares.
I don't either.
It's one of the many issues that they may be facing. We don't know.
So that's gonna be a limiting factor.
When they find out what it takes to run sewer to there, or if they can do a septic system or whatever.
They got to work, and I don't, it's a pasture, and it's raising, it grows some grass, but if it's like my yard, it's rock. So,
Whenever we built the 6 lots on Beach, we had to extend the sewer, which means the city benefited from that. The people just west of us, after our year ran out, they tied on to the city. So it gave other people an opportunity to get sewer. I never will speak for duplexes in residential areas, but to me, having 3 duplexes like they're building in Chappie Crossing is far more beneficial to the city than having the grass growing there.
And I agree with that, and of course, I do like the houses that you built, you know, I mean, you see that, you know, you do have a garage, you know, with your houses there and stuff.
At least have a garage.
And that's what they're saying, it has garages too, you know, but I'm thinking, again, you know, it's just that R5, I'm seeing, you know, is a broad brush, and yes, you know, and that's the whole purpose of it, is to try to infill older neighborhoods and stuff, you know, I'm just thinking that, you know, it seems like once we declare it R5, then this broad brush applies to it, and they can pretty much, after it's done, they can, you know, as long as they, you know, are a single family, a duplex, a multi-family,
They can do this and they can do that. They can't do that without going through the system that we laid out and you guys have approved in ordinances. They can't go in there and just build anything. It has to go through us, and we have to approve it. It has to check all the boxes that we have laid out, that you guys have approved with the zoning and subdivision regulations, before they can do anything. They can't move in a trailer. They can't move in a storage room and call it a mini home there. We have rules and regulations that they have to follow. And if they don't follow them, they go on down the road.
They do have, and I did the same thing on Beach, JC. I came and asked for R5, because R5 granted me a little bit different setbacks, so the houses would fit on that, and that's exactly what they're doing. They want to know that they can utilize those setbacks before they go into the time of having the plat drawn and everything else, and the engineering done. Well, no, they can't just go in there because they do R5 and do whatever they want. They would have to come back and ask permission.
Mayor, I make a motion, we put this on its third reading by title only. Second?
Have a motion to second.
Mr. Brown?
No.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
No.
Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Passing by majority. An ordinance amending ordinance number 23-10 for the purpose of rezoning certain property in the city of Greenwood, amending the official zoning map of the city of Greenwood.
Thank you. I'm going to pause you for just a minute. I know it's the planning show, sorry, but I'm going to give these gentlemen an opportunity. to speak and let Mr. Tim take a turn here. If the council's okay with that?
Yes.
Everybody good? We'll move to number 7, Main Street Extension to bypass, 4 bypass. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is, obviously, the bypass has been approved and we're just waiting for dirt to start getting moved, but one of the caveats that the city received in order to get a decent purchase price of the land through Dr. Burgess's field was he requested another entryway extension of Main Street to tie in. And that was kind of what he asked for. And so the city agreed to that. Now, obviously, as we're getting close to dirt time, I don't know how many years away it is, I'm going to have to guess.
9 years.
Anyway, it comes to obviously everybody's attention that our Masonic Lodge Hall is in the area of where this extension would be. Now, Hunter's got a pretty good look at the map up there of what can be done. And so we've been talking about it, the guys at the Masonic Lodge, and so I told them to come down here and voice their opinions and just let it know that we really don't want to move the lodge. I think some of the judge has talked to some guys from the highway department, what that is, so I just wanted them guys to come down here and let the council know what their opinions are, and maybe get some feedback from the city on what the thoughts are about this. So there's obviously a bunch of guys in the audience tonight.
Could Hunter tell us where the Masonic Lodge is?
Is this RDOT's map that you have?
Yes.
It's not the most official one. This is just a KFD file overlay on Google Earth. There's the Masonic logo there.
This is what currently is going to happen.
That's
So
to their attention. Their acquisitions team has not gone through and acquired property, so if they get a lot of kickback from one property to the other, these right-of-way lines are subject to change slightly. But the path of the roadway is more or less determined.
So I spoke to Mr. Jared Wiley at RDOT today, who is, I can't remember his title. But
It's on there. I wrote it at the top.
Oh, thank you. He's the RDOT pre-construction chief engineer at RDOT. And the judge may have spoken to Mr. Wiley.
No, John, I talked to Keith Gibson, and he said, well, I'm gonna talk to my regional engineer
Right.
and see what happens.
Yeah.
That's what's happened.
Yeah, Keith being the commissioner out of backup.
Yes, commissioner.
Yes, sir. He's a big proponent of this project. He may or may not have told you, trying to get, in fact, he called it his baby. And I said, I don't care what you call it.
Bypass?
Yes, sir. The total project, not that street. So Mr. Wiley was very candid with me today on the phone, and I've got more information regarding when and how and what's going to happen in the near future as far as he's concerned. But here's what Jared said, and I'll try to, Daniel was in the office with me when I had him on the phone.
And he's about, I'm sorry, not mistaken, he's like top 5
Yeah,
at RDOT.
he's up there.
Number 3, number 5 at RDOT.
Yeah, so he says to me, he knew you folks in the gym were coming, and he said, I hear you're gonna have a party tonight.
I invited him, but
He was trying, yeah, and I did too, and he said, no, I'm cooking fish tonight, and I said, I'll swap places with you, so we had about a 30-minute talk about fish and hush puppies. But he told me this, he said, certainly the map that you're gonna show, or you're gonna see, or that we've sent you, whether it's this one or the file itself, a little more specific, a little more detailed, quote unquote, shows us going through the building. Now, does that mean the road, or is that the right of way? But that's the terminology he said, he used. He said, our goal is, as you know, Mayor, is that we want as many people to be happy at the end of the day as we can make them, kind of, sort of. But he said, so our goal, what you're going to see is what is the plan, but the plan can be changed. I'm paraphrasing a little bit. But he said, so adjustments can be made, as Hunter just said. The property owner to the west, thank you. I can't remember that gentleman's name. He may be here tonight. I don't know. But he said, we haven't really had a great length of discussion with him. So if there's some willingness to go that direction, RDOT can do what they want to do in the sense of they can do what they want to do. But he has been very upfront with me and all these properties to say, we will do what is best for the community. We have no intentions of taking out this is a quote, we don't have any intention of taking out something that's been there 100 years, or, you know what I'm saying, a landmark. He said, so we want to work with you, and we'll work with the property. I think Danielle asked the question, who is that person, or is the city involved with that so much, or is it RDOT? He said, no, that's on us. He said, now, when we're building this road for the city, and we're locked in, as we all know, at $5 million. I'm just giving you little details here we may not need. So our lock-in is at $5 million no matter what. If you were to decide that you want to sell this property to RDOT, you know, they always say fair market value, and I know that doesn't always mean to everybody the same thing, but so that's on their radar. But on their radar, I will promise you, on their radar is trying to do the right thing for you guys and get this road through there. So he left me firmly believing they are not through, or they will listen to you guys, and I'm sure the judge got a good voice for you in that conversation, and figure out a way to, if you want to keep it, if that's your hope and desire is to keep it, they're going to work toward that. And he said at the end of the day, if we can't, then we'll talk to him about that too. So I don't know if that helps you.
Mayor, can I ask you a question?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Between the Masonic Lodge and Center Street, has anyone seen any layout of that? I mean, that to me.
Between the lodge and Center.
The Main Street extension.
Right. You know, in front of what is now Mavericks, courthouse parking there.
Their
See, it's not on
stops
here.
here. That's where they stop.
Right.
I mean, it seems to me we got a problem between there and Center Street.
That's on us.
So nothing, there's not been any work to lay that out, or?
Well, they're not, that's the road that is there. I'm just not 2 cents. The road that is there is the road that will be there.
But you know what I mean, your width, you don't have much width.
That's
right
a 2-lane
there.
road.
Right.
So I will say, Mr. Goldstein's not here.
It's my fault.
But Joe Goldstein told me that you can set at the light and you're going right through with a road. You're going through their lodge, and you're not. You're really not. The right of way gets your lodge, not the road. And RDOT was telling, this is what I'll put it in my turn, not Jared's. That road, what they're going to build can go anywhere they want it to go. Now, they can't they're not going to do an S-curve up there, I don't think.
But I think that you would have to go to the north a little bit to start shipping it a little to the west.
Yeah.
And it would save our
Sure.
whole building.
Yeah, and that's what he said, is he said, this is what he told me. He said, we're going to visit with the owner of said property next to you guys and see what that looks like. You know, I don't see the water. You know, we got our own issues. There's a hydrant there with a main line, but we know that's got to be moved or something dealt with.
I'm not sure it's not also going to affect the property to the northwest of that intersection as well. You know, possibly.
I agree.
So where now? I'm sorry.
You talking about that house west of that intersection, that house where there's.
Oh, the corner?
Yeah.
That big rock house?
Then you take Mr. Floyd's house out and go with. The reason that it's encroaching on the log right now is because you're trying to use the road that's existing there now.
Right.
But if you was to simply curve this a little here,
Yeah.
take a little of this lot as well, they're not showing doing anything past.
Yeah, because it's not on them to do it.
But that to me would help a lot if they would just take a little of this,
Right.
shift it just a little this way.
I don't disagree with you at all, sir. I am as far from an engineer as you can possibly get. Everybody's nodding their head back there that knows me. But I don't disagree with you. So I think, here's what I've asked Jared to do, and I asked him on behalf of you gentlemen and also of the Burgess family, who we've not got everything just perfectly lined up with the Burgess. I mean, it's going to happen. But I'm inviting, whether it's Mr. Wiley or somebody underneath him, to come to Greenwood, Arkansas, and sit down in here or wherever's comfortable, over at the lodge, and really talk to you guys and hear what your suggestions are. You know, Mr. McDaniel made a good point, and you're making the same one, that if the city would allow them to come over on our street and do some little engineering over there and visit with whoever owns that rock house.
Mark Ford, daughter of Mr. Ford.
Yeah, that could certainly help. It might be, it's a no-brainer. You save your lodge, we don't have to worry about any of it. So it's up in the air. Timeline, I want you to say, Don, just say, timeline. Ma'am?
Well, I don't know if you're gonna get to it or not, but it's important to tell them that when we talked to them on the phone today, that with this first phase, there's 41 tracks. Yeah, and they've only gotten 7 appraised and approved. So, I mean, there's a lot of property owners that are in the same boat as the lodge building itself that's gonna have to be dealt with. So, I mean, these things are gonna,
So when he, thank you. So when he says to me on the phone, Mayor, we've got 41 parcels or pieces of property that we're gonna talk to property owners about this. And I said, oh no, well, you're including phase 2 from Pink Bud to 71. And he goes, I don't think so. I don't think I even have that number. I mean, they have a number, but he goes, no. I said, well, because I'm a little slow and a little naive. I said, we've got the Burgess family, we've got the city of Greenwood, we've got the city of Greenwood, we've got the Burgess family, and we've got Pink Bud Nursing Home, Roger Corbin, with 2 or 3 properties, and then that's about it to Coker. He goes, you can tell he's being nice, and he's looking at his papers. He said, no, sir, there's 41. Because what you have to look at is Van Gorder, Van Herring, for instance, on that intersection. I mean, they don't just do a road, they go out.
Sure.
You know, so there's 41 parcels that are going to be looked at and figure out what to do and how it's going to affect each one of these. And I'm still amazed at 41, but he's the engineer, so a lot of stuff to be done. I want to give you a quick time frame. And it's not this road, but it is the whole project, and they're going to build. They want to do this road when they do phase 1, which is from 96 to 10. South Coker, thank you. So the time frame is they're going to let this out for bid in November of this year. And then he said, he said that's about 6 months quicker than I'd like it to be done. But he said, and he didn't mention Mr. Gibbons, but people like that are wanting this, and I bug them all the time. Let's get this thing done. I promised this thing to the city of Greenwood, let's get this thing started. Whether I'm alive when it finishes or not, I don't know, but we're going to start it. And he said, we'll let the bids in November with the understanding, or with the work, as long as the utility, all that is taken care of, and I put a bug in there, his ear, for us to know what that's going to cost us, so we know the Water Wastewater Commission, and he's going to find that out for me. But if they let it in November, they're going to plan on doing some dirt moving in spring of 24. So how long does that section take? I don't know. They got a lot of dirt to move and a lot of things to do. So, and she's exactly right. Out of 41, there's 20%. There's only 7 appraisals made and approved. I'm assuming somebody from the appraisal company has contacted you gentlemen or the judge.
We met with the appraisers.
Okay.
And the appraisers are from Texas.
Tell us who you are, Don, so you know.
Don Oliver, Greenwood, Masonic Lodge, number 131.
Thank you.
We met with the appraisers and haven't heard anything back from them, but the appraisers that we talked to, and we also met with a lady in acquisitions. Whatever it's called, where they relocate people.
Oh, okay.
Whatever that's called. But anyway, they told us that, they were working with Floyd's, and told us that on the house west of the lodge, that they're gonna, they're working on relocating people to live there and all that, they're going to lose that house. So that makes it easier to shift it over and all, but, and.
Oh, you're talking about just west of this lodge?
West of the lodge.
Yes.
Not the wrong house.
Gotcha.
The house west of the lodge. I know the city passed an ordinance several years ago requiring sidewalks, and certain side streets and all for collector streets. I don't know if that's what that would be called or not, but anyway,
Collector Street requires sidewalks on both sides of the street. But, you know, we're asking the city council to maybe work with us, you know, amend that or give us an amendment for this parcel or, you know, whatever it takes for the state to be able to relocate it and move it west. But Greenwood Masonic Lodge is the oldest civic organization in Greenwood. We've been in Greenwood 164 years. You know, back when Greenwood was a community of log cabins, Greenwood Masonic Lodge got our charter from the Grand Lodge of Arkansas. Our lodge building, you know, back then was used for schools and for several churches before they got their own building. But anyway, we're requesting that Main Street be shifted west to allow us to keep our lodge. I mean, we have not heard from the appraisal at all, and you know, we've got 75 members, and you know, we're not in a position, you know, to, you know, when this is all over, we don't want to be where we've got a mortgage that we have to make payments on because we don't have a mortgage now. We've got a nice building. It's over 50 years old, but it's a nice brick building. And you know, in what we consider the location, you know, just block off the square. But I mean, whatever. I mean, I know you can issue a variance. You know, I don't know what the process would be as far as, you know, contacting the state highway department on this. When you ask for, when you mentioned variance, Don, you're talking about if indeed RDOT was scooted over, but not to take any more for that side. We would not talk about that side.
I mean, RDOT's, you know, they're following this, I feel like, in my opinion, RDOT's following the city ordinance that requires, you know, the street to be so wide, and sidewalks on both sides of the street, and things like that. And, you know, one option, you know, you might could shift that sidewalk over to the other side of the lodge where people could park on weekends behind the courthouse and access the park, the walking trail.
I can't speak for council for sure, but I think if it gets to a point where it is a question if you're not gonna have your lodge or there's a danger of it due to a sidewalk issue, I think that's pretty easy for us to tackle that.
And I think we're probably up to that point, you know,
well,
something needs to be done if November's when they're gonna let it be.
And he told me that we need to get things in order, so I'm encouraging him.
They need to get the appraisal and they need to tell us where they're going.
So appraisal people have contacted you?
They went inside the lodge and have, you know, I took pictures and
I'm not saying I'm powerful, but I can encourage you to use specifically to get your appraisal back and see what
we're at their mercy there in Texas.
Sir?
We're at their mercy and they're in Texas.
Yeah, I'll do my best on that end. I'm reading the notes that Daniel took from that conversation today. Here's one that he said, if the design meaning where the road's going cannot be changed regarding the lodge, obviously, you already know this, we negotiate and appraise and make offers to purchase property. As the mayor, what little power I have, and I've mentioned this to some gentlemen that were before on this issue, and I don't have the power to offer it necessarily, but you know, if it gets down to nitty gritty and things aren't looking good as far as RDOT cooperating with us, and there is a good,
could you make a resolution or something requesting that RDOT move it to the west?
I don't think that, yeah, I'll just do that.
I don't feel like they're paying much attention to our local ordinances.
Yeah, I don't think they're looking at it.
I bet they do.
What I can, yeah, actually, we don't have a resolution, but we can. I don't mind at all. And here's my point of getting them here. I can talk to Jerry Wiley, and he's great, by the way. He is very easy to talk to. And if he comes, or if he doesn't, if he's somebody underneath him comes, I think some of you gentlemen, I know you were at the public meeting, and there's a bunch of engineers there. There's a lot of engineers there from RDOT, and they all had a little, I think they all had a little different opinion on it myself. And nobody was gonna lock themselves in or put themselves in a corner by saying, we're not gonna do that. They're very careful about that. But I will certainly do my best, and I'll inquire with Mr. Gibbons, Keith Gibbons, Gibson, I'm sorry, I do that wrong every time. Out at Wavaca, who is a RDOT commissioner, who is a whole lot more influential down there than I am. And we'll get some conversation started ASAP. And you're right, it's
A resolution would put something on paper that you could send them that.
well, I see where you're coming from, but until they give us some, I'm not saying it's a waste of time, but certainly talking to them is going to start that process. Yeah, and I don't know how to work it. Well, I don't know either, but I think we'll get something going. Yes, Judge, I'm sorry.
Don said a perfect thing to say to you, but I agree with you. Right now, we don't know the particulars, and the engineers got to know particulars. Well, they'll talk to you about it, they'll make any plans. But what we do want to do is something, what we do want to tell you is we just want you on our side.
Oh, I'm on your side.
Because when I talked to Mr. Gibson, he was very, very attentive and said, well, that sounds like a city thing. So you all can influence that decision, I believe, and that's what we're asking.
Yeah, I think we can agree that everybody's going to work toward that goal. I'm looking at.
Well, there would be no reason not.
Absolutely. I mean, it'd be silly not to. And I get what I was mentioning a while ago, early on, I even said, hey, we got 2 lots up here on Main Street. If it got horrible for everybody, we might consider something over there. I don't know, but I know you don't want that. I know you want to keep the building you got, and I understand that.
I just told you, kind of landmark, there are people come
Sure.
from all the states around here and all the counties around the state that go to city monitor since 1970.
Right.
When he told me that's when they laid the cornerstone.
Right.
And so it's valuable.
Sure.
Valuable to the lot, it's valuable to the city.
Well,
And we know that we can count on your assistance.
Yes, sir.
In seeing that if we can persuade them to move that, because it's nothing except some engineers marks on paper.
Sure, absolutely.
That can be changed.
Yeah, absolutely, and I will hold, whether it helps or not, I hope it will. I'm going to refer to the pink button for a second. When this all first got approved, we got our bond passed to do this project, the bypass totally, not this road, that's part of it. So Pink Bud was very concerned. Roger Corbin, who owns the property, was concerned. All the employees were concerned. Everybody was concerned. I used to go over and cut hair with my dad once a month for years and missed that a lot. So I would go over there and cut hair, and all the nurses would come up and go, really? You're going to kick it? Only one gentleman coming up in his wheelchair said, I'm liking it. I'm going to sit up there in my wheelchair with a cup, and it's going to be like a toll bridge. And so that was pretty cool, but everybody was pretty worried, and I understood. And so I called RDOT. I said, we have a Pink Bud nursing home that's been there a long time, and they're very concerned. And here's when he first said the same thing he told me today. We're not in the business of coming through, going through a landmark. And I can't imagine a landmark anymore. I think Pink Bud is, and I think the Lodge is. That's my opinion.
Mike McGowan, and I hate that Dr. Burgess is gone now, but I can remember Dr. Burgess sitting there eating pancakes at our lodge hall every 4th of July, and I don't think Dr. Burgess would want this road to take our lodge as well. I don't think that he realized that extending that Main Street to that bypass was going to do what they've shown it to do. And I truly hate that he's gone, but I think if he was here today, he would stand up and tell you that I don't want that road to take that Masonic Lodge home.
No, I agree.
And that's where I'll leave it, but please help us save our lodge hall.
I have it.
I'll just this, I'll work with Tim, to come up with, some resolution, and I'm saying, it's gonna be work, but I think it's gonna say, that the city is gonna support, Don has some excellent, we'll probably, rely on Don's, what he put together, the 60.
To me, they're gonna have to go just a little bit further to the north to probably fix that issue, but I think if they would do that, take that 41 property owner us out and give it to them, make them 41 and leave us alone. Whatever.
Yeah, you ever made the point, I think you.
I don't know how long Deep Budget has been chartered here in Greenwood, but I think we've got them beat.
Well, probably so. I mean, my grandmother cooked there, so they've been there a long time. But, and I wouldn't say that they're the same, but I consider it the same.
Sure.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I do have a question. We had several men sign up, and if you all want to speak, you're welcome to do it. You're fine. Did you bring popcorn?
No, you're already into my bedtime.
That's why I asked him to move y'all up, and everybody's about to fall asleep.
Councilman Terry mentioned that.
I certainly don't think Dr. Burgess wanted that road to affect the lodge, because every time he would come out, he would shake hands with me and he'd say he appreciated what we were doing in the community. Let me just give you a little story here about why the lodge is sitting right where it's sitting. Back when Ed Hall was mayor here, and Ken Edwards, is that right? Yeah, Ken Edwards, he worked in the courthouse over there in the assessor's office.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we had a group of guys, Royce Dean and Ron White, and J.T. Hamilton, he was a big part of it. They went to the courthouse to close that street because they said there'd never be a street go through there. Of course, that was back in 69, 68. And so now the street's going through, but that's why the lodge is sitting right where it's sitting. It's because they told us that it would not go through, and we've been to the courthouse, I've been to the courthouse, and tried to look for some kind of documentation of saying that to be the fact. But I can't find anything, and I don't know if it was a handshake deal with Ken Edwards, or I don't know how that all came about. But if push come to shove, we would allow the city of Greenwood to put the sidewalk on the south end of the lodge hall and come around and come up the east side between the lodge and the parking lot. That would be an option. We're still gonna come out right there almost. I mean, almost right where the sidewalk would come out if you put up on the east side. So, that would be an option that we would work with the city on.
Thank you, sir. Gentlemen, anybody else? You don't have to talk if you signed up, if you can. Class.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will appreciate your help.
I vow to you that I will do everything I can to make this happen as I'm going around it. What little I have to say so. Jerry, Mr. Wiley makes me believe, he makes me feel good when I'm talking to him on the phone that we can manipulate this a little bit, hopefully. Not just this road, but other areas.
I don't know if it would help, I think what the guys were trying to say is, Don, if there was something that the city would say ahead of time that we would grant a variance, if the road can get shifted, even if the sidewalk area is still in play, that we beforehand would do that, just so if that would go into moving any kind of engineer. I mean, this ultimately is a city street. This is not part of the state highway that we're talking
Well, and
about.
I think to that
Once they build it, they hand it over to us.
I think to that point, Tim, we coming up with what that's gonna look like from Center Street to there. Because if RDOT's that's what they're gonna come back and ask us. What's your plan for this city street? What's it look like? Are you widening up between the courthouse and that laundromat? You know, I mean, we need to figure that out on our own for obvious reasons. Before we get.
They are not tasked with making that decision for us.
Right, so I mean, they're gonna come back and go, well, what's your city street look like? What, you know, traffic.
Yes, sir, Mr. Glass.
Mayor, City Council. I would just like to say that I knew Dr. Burgess from the time I was a little kid. And like these men have said, I can 100% guarantee you that Dr. Burgess would not have been all right with that lodge being taken out. Now, I'm glad to hear that all of y'all are on our side, and we certainly appreciate you hearing us out tonight. And we are bound and determined to do everything we can to save that lodge building. And landmark, it absolutely is. A lot of people, their dads have been members of that lodge, even granddads. And so we aim to try to save it, and we appreciate all the help we can get from you, Mayor, and you, Councilman. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Maybe a guitar and popcorn next time. Anything from council regarding this? You have our promise we're going to help, try to help, do all we can help with. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate you.
Maybe senior citizens who have our business included be excused.
You know, let me think about that, Judge. Yes, you may. Yes, you may. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming. Back to you. Casey, you're not old enough. You sit down.
The next item on the agenda is the ordinance to rezone property from C2 to R5. This is for the third reading. Again, this is corrective ordinance for the rezone area around Dogwood and Cedar that were incorrectly zoned to C2, should be rezoned to R5, and the reason being that the various lot sizes that they have there does not necessarily open it up to all multifamily. It just says that you can build a single-family residence on a smaller lot without going through a lot of variances and
Sonny?
yes.
I want to ask you that piece of property, I can't get my bearings. Okay. On this thing here. That's the highway department, right?
The highway department is over there.
And then that little square there is those two houses, I believe.
But the highway department is not one of the parcels that will be changed. That will remain as
I
a.
want that other piece of property between Dogwood, Ken, and the housing authority owns that piece of property there by Fowler.
Yes.
What is that zone? Is it part of this?
Yes, it's a C2.
Well, but you don't have this, it's this little deal right here, this piece right here. It's owned by the housing authority,
Okay.
so I'm
The
wondering.
reason that it's not marked, it's one that is already an R1.
And these are where houses are,
Yeah,
right?
yes, but they're.
These two houses.
But they're commercial. This one is not marked because it doesn't need to be changed.
How did we ever build two houses with that being those two?
Because they were built years ago before probably the zoning affected them.
So this, what is this right here? Is that the Dogwood Apartments?
This one here is probably already zoned as an R5. That could be where the duplex is.
I think that's this, isn't it? Well, I'm just making sure we're covering all the land.
Yes.
Have you got that on Google Earth? Can you see? That's what I'm, you have the county side where you got the line on
I guess that's what I'm saying, there's,
We had a,
houses, there's houses already on, you know, a lot of this
Yeah.
property that is on C2.
Yeah, and they shouldn't be, homes should not be on a C2. And that's how we found out about it, because one of the gentlemen that lived on one of these houses was trying to sell his house, and he couldn't get financing on it because it was zoned as commercial. And that threw up a red flag, and I got to checking, and some of these other lots were C2 also. And so that's the reason why I'm coming to you to get this corrected, so that people in the future are not going to have this problem.
And again, that's why I looked at, you know, it was, again, R5 was to be for, you know, kind of like these one lots or up here that they're undeveloped.
Look at the size of the lots. They cannot be an R1. You can't put a 55 wide lot as an R1.
What's the minimum lot?
75.
well, 75% of this, at least, if not more, is the housing authority.
Yes, and housing authority should be a C2 either.
All that housing authority is C2 right now?
Yes. And the R5 covers the housing authority. You could go in there and
Well, I guess I would be more comfortable with, you know, just like we had the issue up here off of Bell Road, you know, when you've got such a big area, and like you're making a valid point as far as the 75 to, you know, having a smaller lot size, but to see that, that we're planning to have, you know, get more right of way on Gunther Street and Dogwood, you know, to make those streets so that they'll be wider, you know, as, you know, homes, you know, get turned over, they get sold and stuff. You know, we have right of way there so that, because I feel like, yes, those some are going to become duplexes or townhouses or whatever, you know, and have more multifamily there instead of just a single family residence. And I think that's just going to put more cars on, you know, already narrow streets. And if I can see something that said, hey, we're going to, you know, have a plan to widen those streets, you know, with additional right-of-way and stuff.
Hey, there's your street director out there telling them to widen. I mean, most of these already have homes on them.
Right.
And I'm trying to get them zoned correctly. If you don't want them zoned correctly, if you want these people to continue to have problems if they try to sell their house or do what they want to with their property, then don't vote for it. But I'm trying to do what's right for the people. And, you know, when we start talking about narrow streets and one problem or the other, you're chasing shadows. There's already homes there. There's a few.
Are they duplexes?
No. I mean, there's some duplexes over there.
On the ones that are currently there?
There are a few duplexes over there, Tim. But most of them are single-family homes.
Right.
Tommy, lost.
Oh, Will Hack.
Will Hack. He lives over there. You know,
over there?
people over there that have lived there for that long, you know, I think Alice lives over in that area somewhere. You know, those are the people I'm trying to help. You know, if y'all decide y'all want to help them, that's fine. This is the third reading, you know, turn it down. If you want me to continue on and to rezone these in the proper zoning, you know, we have already said that this side of town is an R5 overlay. And that's what I'm trying to do.
I haven't figured out why the whole town's not R5, the entire city of Greenwood.
Because, Tim, you know better than that.
I don't know better than that.
Why?
That way you can do anything. You can put single-family dwelling, you can put multi-family dwelling, you can put cottage homes, you can put duplexes. Right? Don't they all fit in R5?
what?
Won't they all fit in R5? Ashbury, Cove, every house out there, that qualifies for R5, right?
It could,
Yeah, certainly.
it could, but an R1 is a more restrictive zoning. That's why Ashbury Point is an R1.
Right.
That's why Forest Hill is an R1. That's why your neighborhood is an R1. It's more restrictive.
Now, across the street from my house, we went R5 for some reason.
We did. I think it was tried to go to R5 and it didn't.
Okay, well, that's good to know.
That was back when, well, I guess.
I know I voted against it, I don't know what.
Gish, he owned the property, he tried several times to do that, and it was turned down. I mean, it didn't fit. And so it was turned down. That's the way the system works.
Well, I don't know who made the error of making all this
don't
zoning
either.
commercial. Well, there's gotta be something somewhere on paper that says
I've
it was.
gone back and I can't find where these were, where there was an ordinance that said that they were C2. It's on our map as a C2. Now, I might go back and we might find that they were never passed by an ordinance to C2.
That would be my
But they're showing on our map as C2, and to properly get them off there, that's why I'm coming to you.
And they can't be grandfathered in the R1?
If you'd like it.
Fit R1 with all the houses.
I would venture to ask, and at this point, and there's probably a really good answer, maybe there's not. I was in the room, I don't know that I was mayor, but when the vote was made to do this overlay of R5, that came from the commission, I know.
Yeah.
Because Robert McKinney was here, and that was kind of a focus of his.
And it was his neighborhood.
And did that not come to the council?
Yes.
For a vote?
That's unanimous.
I bet it did not.
Well, it's in it, but it was voted on and passed. I wouldn't necessarily say it was unanimous, but it was on. So I'm a little confused that with that being voted on by this commission, by this council, I'm sorry, why every time it's brought up that it's questioned as if you don't know even what an R5 is, not you.
Right, I don't question, I just don't know.
I know, and I appreciate your passion, but I don't understand how something that got passed is a constant, what's an R5 and why are we doing it? If you passed it, if the council passed it. Sorry?
I understand what you're saying.
Well, I see this as fixing an oversight, and so I'm going to suggest we approve this third reading.
Second.
Have a motion second, approved by third reading.
Mr. Brown?
No.
Meeker?
Yes.
Terry?
Yeah, with a yes.
Mr. Haywater?
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
It passes by majority.
That's it.
An ordinance amending ordinance number 23-10 for the purpose of rezoning certain property in the city of Greenwood, amending the official zoning map of the city of Greenwood.
I think to answer your question, Mayor, in my opinion,
Yes, sir.
the concern is density, smaller lot lines, smaller homes. I think there's just a concern among the group.
I like lawnmowers and white picket fences and swing sets.
I do too.
That's
But
not
I mean, I think we're all just concerned we're gonna be the city of duplexes and everybody kind of.
I can understand that, but I don't understand the constant questioning of the thing you passed. And I like that too. I don't have a white picket fence, I wish I did, but I can't because I'm on a pile of rock.
Well, my concern
It's just-
to some extent is the road issue.
Well, the road issue isn't, the road issue
Roads
isn't,
that are skinny.
I believe me, I live on one. I live on one, but I say that, I live on one. My wife says, when are you gonna pave my road? And I said, not as long as I'm mayor. Because it's not my road, because it's our road. That would not fit well. But no, I get that, but the concern, but it's just like we have to go through the R5 thing every time. Thank you.
The master street plan is the heat of the roads, not the zoning.
Sure, and I get it, a duplex has more cars than a single dwelling. single-family dwelling, I get that.
Well, we discussed this up here on Joplin and Evergreen and Fern area, talking about the developer should be required to be doing some upgrades to this area. We make people run sewer, their spots or whatever from time to time, to get passage. I think that was, we hit on that for a minute, but obviously it didn't happen.
And I think we can all agree, that we are dealing with our forefathers' mistakes. And I'll call it mistakes because, and I'm not blaming, there's nobody in particular, I'm not talking about when the first road was built in Greenwood.
Every city's probably like that.
If we, yeah, I mean, you start out with this little narrow path because that's worse. And then all of a sudden, you need more than that. So it's all over town. You know, I'd love to fix them all. We have a price to repave and widen and fix every road in Greenwood, and back 5 or 6 years ago, it was $32 million. So, yeah. Yes, sir.
Ready for me?
Number, what are we on? 4.
The next item is ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance 1215 establishing the Parks Commission and amending section 3 for the Parks Advisor. This is for the second reading. And what this is in there, in the rules for the Parks Commission, the Director of Planning is an adjunct member, non-voting member, as an advisor. And I would like to see that change where it could be the Director of Planning or his designee. That would give me the ability to put Hunter there if I'm not there, or to allow Hunter to take over that position. And if he's not there, then I could come in and cover him. And that's all it is. It's a simple thing. It's just allowing me to appoint Hunter or somebody in the planning department to take my place.
I make a motion we pass this title only for a second reading.
Second. Motion second. First reading title. Second reading, I'm sorry. Second.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Greenwood?
Yes.
McDaniel?
Yes.
Ralph?
Yes.
Janice? An ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance 12-15 establishing the Parks and Recreation Commission.
Thank you.
Mayor, the next item is the ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance number 60604, is the sidewalk regulation and fees. This is second reading on that. This is the ordinance that I got ahead of myself a little while ago. This is the ordinance that Hunter's been working on, and we did run it past the Planning Commission. I think there's some minor changes on that, and I would like for Hunter to go over the ordinance with you, and if you have any questions, you can ask them. You there?
Yes.
This is the second reading for this term.
Yes.
Yes. There were no changes within the definitions section. In section 2, one of the planning commission members requested a change to what you see stricken out as letter E. Talking about a bond for the cost of sidewalk improvements within subdivision. I think that was a little redundant, and that was a good catch. We do have a subdivision bond that would encompass this as well. That was just like a redundancy. Any other issues that I did have were explained, and no changes were made to my knowledge. I did note the change as requested by council for the addition of the 25% for payment in lieu of section 14, number 2.
Where is that?
What?
Section 14, number 2, should be the very last page.
That's 25.
It does show the cost per square foot installed plus 25% for any payment in lieu of to be made.
Again, I'm wanting to really encourage developers and builders to put them in.
Correct.
And so I'm just wondering if 25% is yes, prohibitive enough to say, oh yeah, I'll put them in, or they say, oh no, I'm just going to pay the 25%,
Well,
and then
so
we never get them billed.
The payment in lieu of can only be utilized if it's determined that the property is topographically unsuitable or in an area that the planning commission votes on to approve. That's gonna be in locations that are deemed unsafe.
Where does it say that in this ordinance?
As far as where they determine that,
Yeah.
it's number 1, and section 14, last page. Says in a subdivision or development where the developer could demonstrate that the land is topographically unsuitable for the construction of sidewalks, or where recommended by the planning commission, a payment in lieu of that portion of sidewalk may be proposed by the developer.
So Hunter, if you back up,
Yes, sir.
this is going to require, if somebody goes out there and builds Tractor Supply that doesn't have a sidewalk, build a sidewalk.
Per section 3.
The, I'm looking up here on section 2 for a minute.
Okay.
Planning commission shall consider the need for sidewalks. Number 1, in B, 2B of that section, easements for sidewalks shall be indicated on the preliminary plat, blah, blah, blah. Are we requiring, at a minimum, I don't know if you have to require that. I mean, to Rod's point, that we, in a previous discussion, you know, we don't have the easements out there, which was brought up earlier about these easements. Theoretically, if you make them build a sidewalk, or you determine that you can't build a sidewalk because of the topography, then you shouldn't need the easement, right?
Build the sidewalk is conveyed to the city of Greenwood.
I mean, you shouldn't have to say, we're gonna require you to give us an easement, if you're gonna say, I'm gonna require you to build a sidewalk.
Well, if it's outside of the city right of way, it would be on them private property, and it's not technically a public sidewalk, so if it's within a dedicated.
Well, that's where in this, when the planning commission shall consider this, I mean, I think you want that kind of strongly worded, it's gonna be required. You know.
So change, shall consider to,
We're not gonna
shall
consider,
require.
we're gonna require it, that you do it, that,
Considering it's kind of, so,
it's not an optional thing here.
So it's going to say shall require, and shall consider.
Correct.
Shall require sidewalks in conjunction with residential, commercial subdivision approval. Shall be easements, or any easements shall be indicated in the plat.
Hunter, did you talk about, sorry, are you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you mention section 6, 5?
Yeah.
Public access easement required, got highlighted.
Yeah, I'm gonna get there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just on there.
Okay.
And then, sorry.
It's probably best we just work through this section by section, we'll get there.
Right.
Like in section 3 that you referred to, Hunter, new construction, residential, commercial development, blah, blah, blah. I mean, if this is, we pulled the permit and we're, whatever, redoing it.
For remodel,
Yeah.
it's the determination on which I'll make. If y'all want to require that after a certain percentage of a remodel, the hard part with that is how do you determine what achieves that percentage of a remodel? You know, if you're over 50%, how do you get that 50%? How do I calculate that? You know, is that half a roof? Is that 50% of the walls within a building? What determines that? So it's hard to require that remodels install sidewalks, but on new construction, it's easy.
How do you determine fees on remodel?
That's just a set fee, and the fees are just going to be your maintenance fees, and it's $50 for.
I mean, I don't want it to be ridiculous, you know, if somebody's remodeling their kitchen, that we're gonna make them build sidewalk, but if you're, you know, the rock, Kim Funk's rock house down there, for example, you know, I think James Brown bought that house, maybe, something like that. Theoretically, somebody's gonna take that, remodel it, turn it into this commercial space out there on highway on Center Street. You know what I mean? That's a know how you define that, but you know what I'm saying? What I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know how you define it either, that's why it's not in here. It's difficult to find what's fair.
That's the one that,
It's where the,
Mike was in.
next to the, yeah, where the gun repair shop is.
Oh,
By the real little red tire shop, maybe Penny's.
that Jamie Brown.
Jamie, yeah, he.
Where are you talking about now?
Right across from Davis.
Right before the food, court deal.
Oh,
Yes.
somebody buy that generic?
No, they didn't buy it, no, Jamie owns that rock house. And the metal building. No, it's, last year. I mean, pretty recent. But Terry Rusty did.
But you know what I mean? I'm not trying to get into the weeds of that house. But
Yeah. You gotta draw a line somewhere. I mean, do you do it with change of occupancy? Do you, I mean, I don't know.
Hunter, where in here does it, give a setback off the street from the sidewalk? The distance of the green space between the sidewalk and the street?
I think I've gone through this several different times. Location of sidewalks, section 6. So section 6, number 4, local and collector streets, a 4-foot landscape buffer between the curb and the sidewalk shall be provided. Which leads me to the highlight there on item 5 on regardless of minor or principal arterials. The way that it's written in the previous ordinance has a 6-foot landscape buffer, but that street defined would be the same as what West Center Street was previously, Highway 10 Spur. And RDOT has a minimum setback from the shoulder of road when they're absent of curbs, that they have to be set back. For instance, we had to go gain easements to put them, I think it was like 14 feet off the back of the roadway. So I put that question mark in there to remind me to discuss, do we always put it outside of the right of way? Do we always require a public access easement? Do we stick with a generalized 6-foot buffer? I don't know what we do in that area.
Ron, if you get 6 foot in a curb and gutter subdivision, you typically have 11.5 feet from the back of the curb. You typically have 3-foot buffer, that's to keep, if someone's walking on the sidewalk, keep them safe. If you make that 6 foot, and then the sidewalk's 5 foot, that's 11 feet. You've got a half foot of right of way left. Now, you can add more easement in a new subdivision, but you've got a 25-foot setback, so.
He's got it in here, it's 10 feet from behind the sidewalk is the utilities.
Why don't you call it, say that
Your water mains on the front porch, you can hear it.
Well, maybe in some of this R5 might be.
Now, I agree on these big highways and like, you're gonna run into that metal bridge where they have the big bar ditch, that's gonna be a challenge because it was designed to not have curb and gutter, it has a large bar ditch and they have state-sized lots, but so I would think about that buffer, that 6 foot in a traditional, like Area 251, that's really too much in my opinion. I think 3 foot would be sufficient.
What if you said that you're gonna, the developer shall provide adequate landscape buffer as determined by the planning commission? You know, I mean, you got a case by case.
Because if they go,
Without all that.
when Highway 10 develops out, RDOT's gonna have control over where sidewalks are gonna be on that. I mean, with the bypass coming, we're gonna get sidewalks put down that right now. But I'm just thinking about in the future, going Highway 10 east, you're gonna run into some issues there as well. So, I mean, case by case would be just fine. And Tim, you were talking about going back to 3 feet. On local and collector streets, it's a 4-foot buffer
Yeah.
instead of 6.
Yeah, you just have to, and we can always add like 5 feet, but you got a limit. We're getting so many things in the front yard now. We've got electric, gas, communications, they're all underground, and water. And our water valves ringing up in driveways way back close to the house, and so I think 6 foot. And the idea of that 4 foot is for safety. It's if a car on ice runs up and the guy's walking down the sidewalk, that's what, that more so than appearance, it's about safety.
I think, doesn't you kind of define that though? I mean, like I said, if it is a curb and gutter street, it's going to be this much, but if it's got an open ditch, you know, then you're going to have, I mean, so much, right? Or,
Yeah, whatever you want to put in there, I can change.
I don't think you can put numbers in there or that make any sense. It's gonna have to be looked at.
Case by case.
And you want that determined by the planning commission, because if it's not determined by a body, then I'm gonna get berated with, well, I think it's adequate.
I think the planning commission, when they review the whole plat and they look at the whole thing, you just gonna have to figure it out at that time.
When it goes in the plat, that's not the concern that I have. The concern that I'm gonna have is on a case-by-case basis when it's an individual property. When it comes to the plat, we've got control. We can make any alterations we determine for the ordinance.
yeah, that's going to be the,
So
that's an individual
yeah,
lot here or there.
that's when it's gonna give me trouble. But I also don't wanna have to require more than we should individually wait for a meeting to determine the location of the sidewalk on a case-by-case basis for a residential house.
You need a number in there with, you know, it could be changed based upon planning commission recommendations.
Number 10 of that section 6, since we're all rapping about R5. Sidewalks shall be required on both sides of the streets of any size serving single-family residential if the road is adjacent to or connected to schools. You restrict yourself to R1 there. Duplexes aren't single-family residential.
No,
I think you need that, needs to say in serving residential, in residential neighborhoods or whatever.
I just think you take all of it out, and you just say any roads connecting the school system shall be served sidewalks on either side.
Take the single family out, and just say if it's residential.
Okay.
Both sides.
11 would cover you there, because if there was multifamily.
Seems redundant.
Yeah.
Well, is there any place where, and I like what you said, you know, just a residence completely, but I mean, is there any parts where there's a school that's just kind of connected to commercial, or, you know, that's?
Well, I can see your entrance into East Point off of Highway 10 right now would go next to a gas station, which would be commercial, and then you've got multifamily directly to the south. So, I mean, yeah, that would, if that were to be a new street, it would be required to have sidewalks on either side, regardless of residential or commercial.
Well, that's why I like what you said about number 10, just knock out single-family residential, just saying if it is a road adjacent or connected to a school. that-
You could probably clean up 10, 11, and 12 just by saying sidewalks shall be located on both sides if it connects to a school, you know, multifamily development, or on streets located in the commercial subdivision, combine them.
Both sides.
Sounds good.
This is a lot of
That's correct.
Then the sidewalk.
Then we asked Don Keys to come in and help us, so.
I'd like for you to consider under that, you know, if there's a remodel, how you might approach that.
I'll look into it, figure out what we can do.
I'll make a motion to put this on for second reading with the changes discussed by title only.
Second.
Motion is second.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Unanimous. An ordinance repealing and replacing Greenwood ordinance number 06-04, amending ordinance number 590, requiring and regulating the installation of sidewalks and pedestrian circulation systems as a part of new streets construction, new residential and commercial development, and new residential and commercial subdivisions in the city of Greenwood, Arkansas, and its planning jurisdiction, and for other purposes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you gonna put any more verbiage in for horse-drawn buggy or anything?
We'll ride right down the middle of the street.
Well, we know that after 9 PM, there's no hooting. And I don't know if you noticed it, Mr. Lloyd, but he referred to the East Village as Area 251. I did that.
I picked up on that.
Am I assuming the planning department is done?
Planning department rest.
All right. Thank you so much. Next on the agenda is new business, and I don't even know what number anymore, but I think it's 6. Resolution to contract with professional construction service with National Bible. Mr. Craig.
It's a resolution for the splash pad. Much like Stewart buys fire trucks through the buy board, we can also contract services.
Good example.
Yeah. This is mainly to avoid a disaster with the splash pad. You are able to use the buy board for specialized services. Building a splash pad is a specialized service. What would end up happening is we would have a splash pad built, and then around the splash pad, we would have sidewalks to the splash pad, fencing, a building with restrooms, a parking lot, and landscaping.
What can you get on the national buy board?
What can you get at this point?
I like a motion, we approve the resolution.
I say,
Motion and second to approve.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel? Powell?
Yes.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Casey Craig, you won the award for the quickest
That's how it's done.
agenda item, sir. Yes, sir. Location, they're asking, sir, about location of the splash pad.
South side of Bell Park, if you go up Fox Run Road, right when it starts to curve around.
We were gonna put the senior citizens center there one near that.
Yeah, a little bit lower, but
Gotcha.
you'll see, I put some orange flags out there that kind of deviate the little curve section there.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Last and not least, and you folks are not old enough to be discharged early, so that's the reason I made you stay for the whole meeting. Except for maybe Dr. White, he's getting there.
I'm getting there.
So number 8 is a consideration of recoup fee adjustment for Mercy Clinic Construction. I don't know who the spokesperson is. They're all looking at each other. So this came about recently, and I just thought it would be good for these folks to speak.
Mayor and council, thank you. I am not an expert on sewer and water tapping. I will give you that right now. But Mercy has people who do that. We have a couple that are here with us tonight. Mercy's development person who's here, Jane, and Kelly, who's with Bashir's Construction, who has the contract to do the construction for us. So the technical side of things is that this was sort of an unexpected expense for our 11,000 square foot clinic that we've broken ground on, is that there is a $40,000 fee to tap on for sewer and water. So again, I'm not an expert at that, but our people tell us that's about 10 times higher than the expected fees for this sort of project, a building of this sort of size. So our position is that that's, for whatever reason, I'm not sure why that's there, but it's with an unreasonable amount for the kind of construction that we're doing. They can talk more about that because again, that's not my expertise. What I would say is I did read the ordinance and I believe it gives the council the ability to adjust that fee under given circumstances. So, Mercy Clinic is a not-for-profit organization that is providing community service. There is a real big need for that here. I can tell you my schedule is booked out 2 months. You want to try to make an appointment with me, unless you're the mayor or something, it's going to take you 2 months to get in.
It takes me 3.
It takes him 3 to get in.
Right.
But, and that's just to tell you what the need is. We need more doctors. We need more nurses, more nurse practitioners. We need more providers. We don't have room for them. You know, we're in this building. Dr. Burgess got mentioned a lot earlier today. He and Dr. Bailey actually went in together to buy this lot. Dr. Burgess told me this story, and since we're here until midnight anyway, I'll just tell it to you. He told me this story that they were going to buy this lot. Dr. Bailey and Dr. Burgess were going to go in together, buy this lot, and have a dental clinic and doctor's office. And they shook hands on it the morning of the tornado. It was apparently a creamery or something like that. I don't know if any of y'all are old enough to remember what was there. But the building that was there was definitely heavily damaged by the tornado. And so then that afternoon, when it's all done, they're like, because they just shook hands that morning, like, so who owns this, you know, property? And Dr. Burgess said, we shook hands, we own it, it's ours, you know. And but Dr. Burgess had some damage over here in his area that he had to get fixed. Dr. Bailey was what's gone now, but it was a beauty salon over here across the street. And his building was not damaged, so he stayed there. Dr. Burgess ended up repairing his clinic, and then Dr. Bailey ended up clearing it off and building a new building about 50 years ago. So that's our history. We've been there for 50 years. It's been a good building, but we are maxed out. There's no room to add any more providers, so we have to build a new building. We need it to be about twice as big as what we have now. So that's why we're building the 11,000 square foot building over there, and to serve the community. I was surprised when I came here 20 years. Of course, y'all know I grew up here, but when I came back here 20 years ago, I was surprised at how many of my patients are not from Greenwood. I mean, a lot of them are, but I see patients from Hackett, from Charleston, Boonville. I have a lot from Magazine. Waldron is probably, outside of Greenwood, Waldron is probably the biggest kind of residents that we see. We have a ton of people coming up 71 from Waldron, Mansfield. So we got a lot of people that are coming here into town for our clinic. And our employees, I mean, we've got 27, I think, employees working there now. That's going to be more. And so I think from a business standpoint, it's a good thing for Greenwood for us to be growing and big. From a service standpoint, meeting the health needs of our community, I think it's big. It would help us if we didn't have this $40,000 fee that we weren't expecting. Again, sounds like a lot to me, but that's not my expertise. But our people who deal with that tell us that's way beyond what any other city, Fort Smith, any other surrounding area does. So our request would be that you use your judgment as the council and help us modify, waive, whatever your judgment is, that fee. And if you have any technical questions, I've got some experts here in the back that are
not willing.
Shy, but willing.
Let me say one thing real quick. I'm sorry. Thank you, Dr. Wise. I'd like to get my appointment bumped up a little bit. No, I'm kidding. Just so the process, you know, and I've spoken to Teresa, who is our chairperson of the Water Wastewater Commission. Indeed, the council has that ability, but it has to come as a recommendation from the commission. So when I was told that you folks wanted to come, I said, absolutely, come on down and get the council stew on this. And then, but it would have to go back, if I may, and it's got to come from the recommendations. But go ahead.
Well, that was going to be my question or my comment. But, you know, just to clarify, I mean, not to speak for the Water Commission, we did that a few years ago. We did it out Center Street towards Tractor Supply, and then we did it there on the 71 corridor. We invested heavily into that to lay water and sewer lines to spur development. And so that's not our normal tap fees, of course. Those are recoup fees to help pay for that line. And you're the first person, I think, to challenge it, right?
To that line, yes, they will be the first. Of course, to Tractor Supply, that's all pretty much, there's several users on that.
And we just built this
for like
one.
$15,000 for a tap, that was half price. We gave it because there was some trouble with the publishing time and word got out, so it's not a whole story, but,
That's kind of messy.
yeah. So we did it ahead of time on this. It's,
I mean, that's why we did it. I don't remember what we spent, Teresa, probably.
I was not on the commission at that time, but that was put in force at your guys'
Over $500,000.
we
requirement.
spent, I think, we got a really good bid on water and sewer, cost us $470,000. I think we spent another $50,000 going across the road because we had such a low bidder that they were desperate for work at the time, and we came in $200,000 or $300,000 below the engineer's estimate. It was estimated like $671 just without going across the road. So
we spent $500,000 to make it usable land,
At least, yeah.
basically, the short version of it. And we're trying to recoup part of our money.
And the idea is if we recoup it, then we can do the next piece of land. So either developers pay for this, or we pay for it and try to get recoup money back so we can try to do it again and get other people that want to do clinics or whatever. Other than that, it's just not usable property. And
Before this, if you went out there, Mercy, for example, and bought this piece of property without water and sewer, and we said, well, sorry, it's not there, Doc, you gotta run it out there. You'd have to, I don't remember where that came from even, all the way from Denver Street, didn't it?
no, that, the water line came from Walmart, but it would have greatly exceeded $40,000.
I mean, you would have been in this position that says, well, I'm gonna buy this piece of property, but I'm gonna have to spend $500,000 laying the water and sewer lines to make the property this year. So we said, well, nobody's gonna do that. Nobody will ever develop the property because we're on the street.
property might have been a lot cheaper
So,
because you don't have access to sewer and water, that you're going to spend a whole lot of money.
so we sort of gambled and said, we're gonna spend the money and lay the infrastructure and then try to recover some of our costs by people developing. That's how we got here.
I got you.
That's the reason we have Tractor Supply. We did it, they did it, and they started bouncing back. We wouldn't have Tractor Supply if we didn't. Now, the property was cheap, but you didn't have access to any sewer and water. Somebody needed to go in there and hammer out a big ditch and through all that rock and put in pipes. If we did all that and give it away, well, we're not gonna do the next half mile.
Walmart paid to run water lines, but they're Walmart. You know, while the ditch was open, we said, while the ditch was open, if they were needing whatever size, we said, let's make it bigger. You know, while the city paid the difference to increase the size. But, you know, but yes, if you came down here and said, what's the tap fee to a water tap fee? Yeah, this is a lot higher than that. That's why. That's how we got here.
Gotcha. So that's your history. I gave you my history.
Yeah, and here we are.
And so, tell me if I'm tell me if I'm right or wrong here. So, if we need to take this to the Water Commission.
Got chairs right there.
Teresa, we need to take this to, and I'll get you an appointment. I need to. If we need to take this
You can get in tomorrow.
So if we need to take it to Teresa and the Water Commission, and obviously it's their call or their suggestion. I guess they can make a recommendation to you all. So I guess my next question would be: is it a reasonable next step for us to do that? In other words, if I'm getting like hard no, this is what you're paying, I don't want to waste our time. But if I'm getting work through the process and we'll listen to you, then I mean we'll do what we need to do. I'm speaking like I'm in charge. I'm not, but is that okay?
Why,
all due respect to Ms. Teresa said back there, why does it need to go back to Water Wastewater Commission for a recommendation?
Just because that's what.
Section 3.
Tammy was put in there so specifically so that we don't just do it willy-nilly on our own, so that you guys will have the last word based on the Water Commission's recommendation, because they developed this ordinance. I mean, y'all voted it that way.
The way it reads though.
No, we don't have to go with their recommendation.
No, right. No, they're just.
You may change it based on their recommendation.
Well, they may say, no, we're leaving, because we're trying to get this money recouped. We may say, no, we're gonna waive it all.
I think you can do that.
Yeah.
But, well, yes, but if the way this reads, if theoretically, the Water Wastewater Commission said no, you're gonna have to pay it, then it dies there. I think. It doesn't go to it only goes to the city council upon their recommendation to adjust it, the way it reads. And
And then maybe in the future.
Is everybody in agreement with
And
that?
by the way, they can raise it too.
Yeah, up or down.
So I'm assuming you like an adjustment.
So I guess it's a roll of the dice. They could say, no, it's gonna make, 50,000 for you.
And I think you come to the right place to get, you kind of, we skipped a step. I say we, because that's how it reads. But I think it's kind of important that you're doing what you're doing, because you can get a feel here, I hope, before you leave. And I'm gonna go out on record, I'm gonna go on record, whether it doesn't mean anything, and I'm not trying to get an earlier appointment. But I don't, just for the sake of going on record, I don't, and I never did, I don't agree with our recoup process. To me, I understand recouping funds for investments, but my world is municipal league too. And so I hear every month, every year, every time I go to municipal league, it's about cities making concessions for things such as this, or Walmart, or Tractor Supply. And I understand it was put in place and it's a law and we abide by it. But I'm not a big fan of and it's not just because you, Doc, it's anybody. I've talked about this before. I think a recoup should be a lengthy thing. I don't think we need to have it overnight. Now, I'm not the finance department either, and I understand how important it is to get money back that you, $500,000 that you spent and try to get that paid off. In your case, it's not sales tax revenue. And you explained it. In your case, it's people coming to your clinic and then going across the street from Walmart. It is sales tax revenue, but not from you.
Right, it could be. I mean, you know, if you're coming from Walgreens, you may
They're gonna
go
go
shopping and they go out to eat.
Yeah,
you know,
and they're gonna stop at that.
I think that's the decision that we gotta make.
Right,
It's
and
a
so-
clunky process,
Yeah.
you gotta put something out there just so something's there. But Walmart, obviously, if they say, we're building Walmart, that's the largest tax base to the city.
Sure.
So,
And the Buc-ee's that I announced at your groundbreaking.
For us,
Walk beside you.
from a budgetary standpoint, we go, well, okay, that's a no-brainer. We want Walmart to be here because it's obvious the revenue.
And I would.
Yours is a little different, it's not directly revenue, so then somebody has to weigh this and go, well, is that, what does that mean to the community?
Right, there's
You know, I
an
don't know.
economic, I think we could argue there's an economic benefit, but I think we could definitely, I know we can argue that there's a community, benefit,
Right.
serving a need that this community desperately needs.
In 50 years or so, somebody will be in there talking about a road that needs to go through there with RDOT, and they're gonna talk about the same thing they talked about tonight.
The land and
A
the
landmark.
landmark Mercy Clinic.
That's right,
Yeah.
and I'm serious.
Dr. White, what is the ballpark amount for y'all's building out there?
It is
5.1 million.
5.1 billion.
Not a bad shot, not a bad quote, pardon the pun, shot me on. Teresa, yes, ma'am.
Well, I could try to help this situation a little bit. We could call a special meeting and get it
Not have to wait a
done
month.
for us, yes, because it'll be several weeks before I have a regular meeting, so I'd be glad to call a special meeting hopefully this week if that would help. I can't speak for the whole commission, but if you could.
That'd be good for me, and I don't know if, again, y'all would need again, I'm not, she's got the plans and everything back there, but I'm just.
Dr. White, is healthcare exempt from sales tax? revenue?
Because we're not-for-profit status.
Yeah, not for profit.
That always helps if we know that over time, we're generating sales tax, because that sales tax is coming back into the city.
Right. So we don't generate sales tax, again, not directly.
Pay for things, you know, like we're
Right.
spending more.
I mean, I know it sounds like a big number, $40,000. A fire hydrant's what, $5,000?
10,000.
So, well,
10,000 for one fire hydrant?
I was just corrected, construction is sales taxed. So the 5.1 million.
There is sales tax on that.
But the services Mercy Clinic provides after the building is open, we are not-for-profit status. So
Correct.
we're not generating sales tax revenue, we are providing a community service to the community that we can't provide anymore in the current building.
I've heard that Dr. Burgess story 5 times.
Have you? From me every time? Or
No, it's from Dr. Burgess.
It's true, then. He
It
told
is
me.
true, and it never got old.
Okay, so then we will talk to Teresa about maybe meeting with the Water Commission and maybe come back and talk to you unless there's any other questions for Russ or anything else that I need to say.
Each time you come, you get higher on the agenda.
I hope so. All right.
And on behalf of everybody, I'm excited to see Mercy Clinic go out there on the highway. It's good, it's good for us, it's healthy. It's a good thing to see when you're going down.
It'll be a good thing from a nostalgic, historic, romantic standpoint. I like being on the square.
Right.
But it's just not.
Question, may I? What's your intent on this building? May I?
This is Stephen Gephardt, he's our vice president.
Yes, sir.
So what was the question, Mayor?
If you don't have to answer me if you can't, what's your intention on the building you're leaving?
The building that we're leaving, we don't have any concrete plans yet. I know that we've had some initial discussions with the school district. I know the school district is interested in pursuing grant funding from the Department of Education for a school-based health center. And so that's one of the things that we've had a conversation over lunch about. That's about it right now.
Might make a good son-in-law.
That's been discussed.
If that was funny, I said it, but if not, Dane said it.
It's been discussed already.
With $50,000 off the zone. Exactly. Well, thank you.
Progress is, it's expensive, you know, and it's just, you know, it's unfortunate, you know, and I think that if you were like in Fort Smith or Fayetteville, where they pretty much have the infrastructure already there in place, you know, and we're unfortunately are a growing city trying to get infrastructure out there. And
Well, I guess we're one of the trailblazers on that out there. So I would just, urge y'all to think about that. And obviously I think our situation is different because we're not a for-profit corporation, but we're trying to contribute.
I want to talk to the negotiator that actually got the school to sell you on that. That's the guy I want. Because those jokers don't give up anything.
I guess that was our folks.
Yeah, it was our real estate folks.
Yeah, they're in St. Louis, I think.
They're good.
That's what they do for a living.
And by the way, if your existing building was on the other side of that building, the church would jump on that, that, First Baptist.
Oh, yeah.
Not that they wouldn't on this side. So, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all staying.
I've got some questions and issues with this ordinance.
Okay. Not
I'm in the spirit-
right here?
Not for them at all.
It's with the council.
Okay.
It's wording and some contradictions.
No, you have to stay.
Till midnight.
Thank you all.
First of all, I'll call your attention to the title, saying it's recouping, right? It's recouping everywhere. In section 3, the very last, it's called a tap fee, because there was a question, is the tap included in this $20,000 if and when it is charged?
Can you address that?
Yeah.
It wasn't called a tap fee anywhere but that last part. And the way Tim and his office interpreted is it is included, right? Like that, the tap fee's included.
That was the intent, and I remember Steve got hung up on a little bit of verbiage. I was not the author of this ordinance. And he even admitted, I talked to him today and make sure that he remembered it the way I remembered it. And he said, Tim, it's not the cleanest ordinance, and he's 100% right, it's not. It could use some relooking, and I would not be opposed to recommending that to the commission to relook at it and maybe change it up a little bit. But the intent was that you charge $20,000 for a sewer tap, $20,000 for a water tap, and I think, and actually for a water connection. And then it says for sewer connections, it's $20,000 for your sewer connection. In other words, if you had 6 taps, it would be 6 times 20. And I think because Greg had mentioned some concern about if they put a strip mall in, and then they make this demand on us, and so it's only 20 for water and then 20 per connection. Because they're going to have 2 taps, they're going to have a sprinkler meter and a water tap. And I'm sorry if I'm getting into too much.
Yeah, I have more questions about it, so
Okay.
just make sure.
So, in a nutshell, that's what it was meant, and anything beyond the 20 and the 20 would come before the commission and back before the commission, and if there was some equitable consideration to be made, like they're bringing millions of dollars, lots of dollars in sales tax, then you could adjust that down, and I guess you could adjust it up. I don't know why anybody would, but you could make that consideration. Go ahead. Fine.
Oh, and, okay, so there's that, how it's called tap fee in there, and that's the only place it's called that. Section 2 and 3 to me need to be flip-flopped, because at the very end of section 2, it says all fees shall be non-refundable. Then the next section deals with an adjustment. So it's like, if the fees are non-refundable and the person pays them, you don't go back and ask for an adjustment because they're non-refundable. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, here's the way I'm interpreting this. That's kind of where I was going earlier. I don't think that section 3 is talking about waiving the fee or lowering the fee to an individual. I think it's literally talking about those 2 numbers that can be adjusted in the ordinance, not in life.
Oh.
I agree.
I think that we wanted to say that, but that's not how it reads. It reads that we can manipulate those 20,000, whatever. Right, but
Okay, that's different.
whereas we should be able to waive anything we want to as the city council if we choose, but to change those 20 grands, it needs to go back to that commission. That's the way I'm interpreting it.
That's what we need to come to an understanding on what the intention is going to be, so the water commission can make an educated decision.
Right.
All right, so there's that problem. Also,
I mean, somebody could come in and tie into this thing and you recouped all of your money, or
That's what I'm saying.
theoretically, and then you could say,
Once you get the fee paid, is it free then?
You're not going to recoup all your
No,
money.
right,
The
exactly.
idea was, 1 or 2 parties are going to pay for it. Either your ratepayers are going to pay for improvements, or your property owners are going to pay for your improvements. And the ideology was to get the owners to share some of it, so it's not all on ratepayers.
Right.
I just want to mention, yes, that this ordinance just came to my attention last week, and it is very confusing. I'm not sure our commission will know what to do about this. And when you start writing these things, and then all of a sudden we get all these exceptions, it presents a lot of problems for us. Because if we make a concession to this person and then the next person comes along, what are we going to do? It seems to me that if this was rewritten, maybe at a lower cost, that is more reasonable.
Leave it alone. After you, then you can leave it alone.
Yes, it's more equitable for everyone else. I know that you waived one because they didn't hook up to the water and sewer, is that correct? Those people that kind of.
Oh, the rental, the CAM rental, is that the name of it?
Horizon.
So,
Tony is
rental, and I think you made the motion, Tim, or comment that he wasn't buying our water taps, so we're gonna not charge him, but the idea was that water's available from Milltown, from us, from James Fork, it's fire protection, we made that investment, but anyway, so we had wave one, that's correct.
And there have been several landowners who have gone and pre-bought at a reduced fee. So we can't like say all of a sudden, no, we're not gonna do this, because they jumped in. So we kind of need something with some more guidance here. Since it came from the council, we feel like we have to have your guidance here as to what we might do. Now, I've got to bring this before the commission, obviously, but it is very confusing.
Well, it's like Tim was saying, that the ones that got a reduced fee, I remember that, you know, because there was some wording in there, and there was the moratorium and stuff, so we said, if you buy it within that time frame, then, you know, you get it.
That was the one on Center Street.
And then what do you do about like the curve? I mean, this, if I knew this was out here, I would kind of question it as well.
Well, I kind of look at it, but, you know, when you're the first, like I said, yeah, they're the first out there, kind of, you know, when you're the builder. Just like Buddy would attest, you know, he said, he put in the sewer and water out there, you know, paid to get it extended or whatever. And then I thought I heard you say that after a year, when it kind of expired, then some others started tapping on. And, you know, you think, well, gosh, that's not really, you know,
One of
fair
our
in
other
some
issues
ways.
is we need to know this and know how to do it, so we can put out a publication, put it on a website. We've got something to hand people, so no one can say, well, we didn't know this was, you know.
Yeah, the worst thing that Doc said, in my opinion, or the most disturbing thing I think he said was that we didn't know.
Yeah. And I think there was some miscommunication. I believe that Tim did communicate that to
From
him.
the very first meeting, I told the
Yeah,
engineer, don't went and I thought, well, it must be okay with it.
What is the percentage of the
I wouldn't blame
1 million?
Less than 1%.
Yeah, that's the
Some
numbers.
probably didn't know,
Right.
Yeah.
but I will say this, if they get a 2-inch tap, a 2-inch tap costs $4,000. They're not gonna have to pay that $4,000. Now, if they get any tap after, they'll pay the regular price for that lot. So, I mean, technically it'd be $16,000 if they get, and I'm guessing that's probably what they're gonna get. So that softens that $20,000 because that 20,000 that was our intent, was one tap. Again, it doesn't necessarily clarify that in there. It's not real clear. So the ordinance, the whole thing, I think, does need to be looked at and reviewed.
Okay, I have two more, sorry.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
That section 2, it says that the second sentence, or actually the first sentence, the fine area shall be assessed a recoup fee, $20,000. It doesn't say pay, it just says assessed.
Assessed means to charge, I think.
Right, and it says all fees shall be non-refundable, so yes, it implies to be paid, but it has been argued that that's not requiring a payment. It's just a fee that I don't know why the argument is that, you know, the assessment and the payment, because we would try to collect on that, and there was an argument of no, it just says assessed. I mean,
I think we're getting hung up on semantics.
Yes.
It's implied.
but we need to be able to enforce this thing by requiring payment, and so that didn't happen.
And whatever we do,
It's not
is
possible.
we've got to make sure we go through the chain of commands correctly, and that some of our staff in the office kind of got put in a bad position with this, so we need to make sure that always, if we do some exception, that it goes to the right
channels.
Let me tell you about the non-refundable. The property that now has the storage units on, the person that owned that before those people bought it, he paid for $15,000 and he got it for half price because we gave him a timeline that they could get it for half price. He wanted his money back. So I asked Steve, I said, can he have his money back? And Steve's thinking, well, we didn't address that. He said, I'm kind of thinking so. And then there was some underlying fear. So the guy that purchased it called me daily. He said he hadn't got his money back yet, because he was wanting it to be transferred. And we were okay with that being transferred to the new owner. But the guy buying it was worried to death. This guy was going to sell that and then get his money back. And so that's why we chose to put non-refundable. I think that's probably important. And I think the non-refundable also validates the fact that you gotta pay.
Right, but we need it to happen before consideration of an adjustment, I mean, after, or something, that's gotta be figured out.
It needs to be cleaned up.
That needs to be figured out. And
Well,
then,
that's any permit issued within the area. I mean,
okay,
when you issue a permit, It's due.
Here's-
Well, I know too, along that same area there, you know, that there was a guy coming in like after that 90-day moratorium, and he wanted to try to buy a lot, and wanted to get that half price deal, and they said, no, you know, it was only for that, and so he didn't end up buying the property as far as I remember, you know, because.
Moving the storage buildings out on 71, that's that guy. The guy that's out on 71 built those storage buildings, that's where he went. And then we allowed some other joker to build more storage buildings. We ran the first guy off, but it didn't work well enough.
I just remember that we
I guess the point wasn't made, so we put more on top of us.
Let me ask you
That
this,
business owned R5,
for the council, what would be your wishes on guiding the commission as to when we would make that exception and not? I mean,
I'm not for waiving the $40,000. That's less than 1% of the $5.1 million project. And Mercy's got almost as much money as Walmart.
But I mean, in the big scheme of things, is it sales tax revenue that you're looking at? Is it nonprofit status? What's in your mind?
I think it would have to be, I mean, I think the whole, you know, my opinion of how this whole thing came out, it's purely a financial, you know, we spent X amount of dollars, and how are we gonna get our X amount of dollars back? You're either gonna get it back in recoup fees to a degree, and obviously water bills, or, you know, Walmart, Tractor Supply, somebody like that that's gonna generate a lot of revenue, sales tax revenue.
Well, I thought telling them how much it would cost to do it on their own would have been a pretty good.
I thought that was a good idea.
It would have cost them a boatload.
The ideology was when Tractor Supply came out with this piece of property, they were at the end of the line.
Right.
And so we developed a strategy to where we took the 7 principal property owners, took what we thought it was gonna cost to put the line in and divided that by 7. And that's how we came up with that number. Instead of make the guy on the end, you would love for it to matriculate one lot at a time. It just doesn't work that way. And so you don't, and so that's the only good thing. I don't even like the word recoup. And they're hard to enforce, and you always have these challenges. But that lets property develop that normally wouldn't by getting everyone to chip in on it.
If this was a 4,000 employee providing factory moving into town, we could certainly, unlike the city of Fort Smith, we would certainly waive some of these fees.
That's where in that wording in there, if you have a provision where it's deemed equitable or something like that, I'm not
That's
reading.
exactly what it
It's
is.
in there.
Yes.
I mean, that part's good.
Equitably justify
There
modification.
you go. That's good. That's excellent.
All right, I've got one more beef, and I need to just get it out.
You want to hear, or you want to go first? Go ahead.
Okay. One material, to me, big weakness in this was passed before we took electronic deposits, payments. And now we do it with building permit. This thing attaches this through the building permit. But when Hunter issues building permit that's paid for online, the ladies up there won't know about the need to collect this because they won't see this. They won't see the building permit. The only reason it goes to them is for the collection of payment. So somebody could get out paying this theoretically just because they didn't know nothing for caught it. So we need to set up something, invoices issuing, I don't know, to rescue that situation because that would be easily missed.
We just got to improve our permitting process.
It just, I don't think it should be tied to the permitting process. That's a water sewer fee. It's not a building planning fee. It shouldn't be. It's trying to list it as that right now, but I don't charge water tap prices. That's through the department, water sewer
The
department.
reason we did it that way is we recognize that we're making an investment. If nothing else, that property is going to be buildable because it's got fire protection. If the guy goes out and drills him a well and he puts septic tank in, he's still got fire protection. We've still made that investment for that property. And so we tied it to the building permit because he's got to get a building permit. However, we didn't word it correctly, in my opinion, because we still got the water and sewer tap connection and fees, and so it needs some cleaning up. You're exactly right. I don't know.
What do we do about it though? Because
I don't see, Ken, where that is separate from your water, from your tap fee necessarily. I mean,
Well,
it's it's an additional, fee.
That's what I always thought.
It is typically the recoup fee, we did away with them for when different developers would go put a line in. I think Phil Taylor put a line in, and then later on Ray Clemens hooked onto it, and then Phil Taylor found out about it, and he wanted us to, we had
But
to
for,
pay
I mean,
money.
for you to say it waived
So-
for $4,000 or $2,000,
Well,
tap fee,
I'll
that's
get
not
there.
here.
So that was a recoup fee that went to the developer, and then we charged the tap fee. So when Steve and I discussed this, we felt like 20,000 was gonna be adequate, because if they bought a 5/8 meter, that's $850. We felt like 20,000, we could give them a tap. We felt like. Now, the 2-inch meter, that's a different animal. What if they said 6-inch meter? We would have to, that's where we gotta look at that equitable consideration thing. So, you're right, there are separate things, and I think that needs to be cleaned up when this is looked at. Those need to be, and I would welcome y'all's input, because we really didn't know how, you tell me what the majority of y'all think. I don't know.
I think, in some ways we're hung up on recouping, and I'm thinking, well, to me, it's just saying, it's supporting, cost, as we grow. These are supporting costs to extend lines and stuff. And so I'm thinking, maybe if we just change the word recouping to some other word to say that we're just supporting, growth, supporting the extension of our infrastructure. And so there's no recouping, but it sounds like,
We're never gonna recoup it.
Yeah.
Well, you can call it tile fee, you can call it connection fee, it is what it is.
Or return on investment, I like that.
Would you like the water commission to work on revamping this and then us bring it back to you?
Well, Tom had some, he was going to say,
I was going to just kind of remind you of something. Yes, while I totally agree with your perspective of this on number 3, but this is saying for globally that fee could be adjusted, but it's not saying that they couldn't come up here and pitch you and that it had to go to the water commission. But here's something you have to remember. Water and sewer is a different animal to the city. Yes, you do control the budget and the purse strings. However, it's their future and the future of Greenwood. That tax is a permanent tax, ain't going away. It's theirs. It's for their capital, their infrastructure needs. It's for them to build a treatment plant or pump station or lift station or run lines. That's what that's for primarily. Then they have the operating revenues, which is what they charge for their service, which is water sewer. So that water sewer right now is under scrutiny. That fee is a rate study. And that rate study is coming back with some really interesting numbers as he was showing me. But you haven't had an increase in several years. So theoretically, by you adjusting something or waiving something without their input to that, which is why I want to talk to, because you did say this is a totally financial issue, and it is a financial issue. And I want to work with this water commission. I do attend all their meetings. I am their advisor as well. And we looked at what their budgetary needs are over the next 5 years. They have a plan. And I'm going to tell you that it's working right now with all their needs that they have. Like they're going to go into a financing situation within 5 years. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to ease that into it and maybe make some, right now, decisions that are going to help return some of the money that they are investing in the future. Greenwood. You have to consider that when you're saying, oh, well, just waive it because of who they are. That's where that equitable justification comes in. It doesn't say you can or can't. It gives you the authority to do it, but keep in mind, they're a different animal. They're actually they have a for-profit by law requirement for their water service, water and sewer service costs. They cannot run in the negative. Can't run in a deficit. That's why the mandate is to do a rate study based on a 5-year projection of your expenses and your debt service, which is what we had to do when we sat down with Hawkins and Weir, gave them all our information. That's where this rate's coming from. So we had to think outside the box. What is our absolute needs? And if you think they're gonna need some capital, like, some equipment or stuff. They asked us all those questions that we had to present. So I kind of agree with you. I think you just need to remember that water sewer is a lifeline to growth of the city.
I think the other thing too, Tom, that you gotta look at, if you look at this map, there's not a lot of places anytime soon that somebody's gonna build and tap into this. I mean, just you got this map going all the way down the cutoff, and then it's going way south through backbone back there. But there's just not a lot of places until, as long as Damon Sadler's still alive, that property's not going anywhere.
That Mount Zion Church is gonna build there.
Yeah. That map needs to be revised and depicted more like the 10 spur recoup fee map shows. Because it breaks it out by parcel. That one is hard to determine where the boundary begins and ends. And it was an annexation map that was proposed to the city that Steve used. And you can't tell where it begins and where it ends. And it exceeds city limit boundaries.
Long map for the purpose.
It exceeds the extent of where this water line can provide. I mean, we could tie onto that line in the future, but that would be a new extension under different rule sets.
It's going to apply to where the water and sewer is. If there's not a water and sewer line there, it's not going to apply to it.
Yeah, there should be a map that reflects that more
And
clearly.
it'll get you real close, it'll get you in this room to it. I think that map will.
Yeah.
Well,
I
you
agree.
talked
It
about
could be better.
rewriting this ordinance, but the immediate problem is they're under construction.
Right.
So there's a couple things that Charlotte has asked that we need to fix or talk about before we leave. One is you asked it, I think, just now.
The interpretation of this $20,000. I mean, is the Water Commission supposed to consider some kind of adjustment or that 20, the assessment of the recoup fee? Where you said it was globally and not just situational. So we need to agree, we need to let Teresa know what that means.
So you want us to recommend something to the commission?
No.
So they can recommend something
The
back out?
understanding of the $20,000.
Yeah, do you want to agree that this is a global and not an individual entity at a time?
Yeah, like.
Because this doesn't give an individual entity, it doesn't say anything about an individual entity here. It just says that upon recommendation by them, you can alter that number globally. I totally agree with what you're saying.
Well, I have too, any building permit issued within the defined area shall be assessed this fee.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah, I have no intentions of waiving $40,000 to Mercy Medical Clinic on a $5.1 million building. For the
Okay.
love of God, no way.
So they're not to lower it like to 10 and 10 or
They're
something like
not
that.
to lower it for an individual situation. They're to lower it.
If in the
globally.
future we think a recoup fees.
That's why it can go up.
I mean,
You have to go to 50 grand each.
this is an ordinance that the council had to pass, it's a law.
Right.
The water commission can't pass an ordinance. If the water commission wants to come back to us and say, you've got this law that says you're gonna charge $20,000, but we would recommend that be $10,000.
And here's why.
We would ask for you to change your law. I think that's what that section 3 is about.
And Teresa asked that, you want us to do it, you want that consideration.
Y'all are really getting me confused now a little bit. But
Which doesn't have anything to do with Mercy.
globally,
No,
It has to do
right.
with an individual company.
so you're saying if we were to make an equitable, consider this an equitable adjustment, it would be.
You could define types of entities that you would like to structure a scale to.
Oh,
And that would be an equitable justification. How much are those returns going to be to the city and how quick? That's,
If it's gonna be a big tax
Bass
generator,
Pro Shop
place or
wanted-
job,
I mean,
yes,
you
right.
waive the fee.
Right,
Yes.
absolutely.
But the water commission could come back and say, we got money running out our ears, and we don't really need to charge people this fee, so we'd like to ask you to get rid of the ordinance or whatever.
We've already recouped our initial
Or
investment.
whatever.
So it's
I mean,
not,
that's
Mercy
what-
has approaches and we want to waive it for them.
This has nothing to do with an
It
individual
wouldn't
entity
look
wanting to
like
lower
that.
the amount.
Okay. So it wouldn't look like that, what I just proposed, right? So she knows, yeah, get it understood.
So you would be okay if we address, they said that this fee is exorbitant, not what they really usually come across. So if they present that to us and we agree that that fee should be a different amount, then we can present that to you at the next meeting. Is that what I'm understanding?
I'll be there.
And it would be for the ordinance going forward.
I would hope that the commission would reiterate what we told them tonight. That
Sure.
This is dirt cheap compared to what it would be if you'd have to run it your own place, your own dirt work.
Because you have water and sewer, or, near there or whatever. They have-
Now, they may not have picked that property had there not been water through there. They may have just tried to remodel this, which would have been even nicer than moving out there like everything else out of the city of Greenwood.
And we need to know,
I think I got the gist of this and I'll present it to the commissioners.
but we also need to know when we're approached with these kind of situations, which aren't often,
True.
do we collect this fee? I mean, collect it
Yes.
at the time of building permit is
I think
issued?
you have to, it's an ordinance.
That's what it says, we collect that payment, right?
That's what it should say.
That's it, too.
Okay, I need that all on record that we agree with that, because it was great for some reason.
Yes.
All right, and do you want the water commission to work on this thing and amend it and bring it back? Or do you like it how it is?
Yes. Kind of just,
Tweak
if you
it.
want to just fix up the word salad that's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get together and talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you,
Have you
ma'am.
ever voted on this bill? Or was this just for discussion?
It was just for discussion. Vote on, no, it was just.
It's already an
it
ordinance.
was-
Yeah.
This is an ordinance, but yeah, it was just for them.
It was so you could see all the,
It's to show where the 40,000 came from. That's what they're saying, exorbitant.
I mean, like I said, 23 jobs, I mean, I understand it's a service, but golly, 40 grand, that's couch cushion.
Well, only thing, what I would have liked, and hopefully they will do with your commission, that those same people will come, and I love Dr. White, but I would like to have heard from the building people who, what is your norm? Where you're going to Fort Smith, or where you're going to Boone, or somewhere? What do you normally, just to
Well, I
hear?
think that the local boys of sacrificial land was put in the.
Well, I agree, because we know, they know that we love it.
Absolutely.
And that's what I would have done.
And if it was a county
It
free
wasn't
clinic,
10 times lower.
if it was a Sebastian County free clinic or something like they got at Fort Smith, I could make, but it's not.
I mean, that is a fact I would hope, and I'll be at your meeting too, probably back there like I normally am. Okay.
I'm just thinking, if that holds a $5.1 million building, a 1% fee or cost or whatever.
Well, I'll go on record
can't
as
believe that.
I, yeah, I'll go on record as I did earlier, because we're all on record. It's not going to stop them, I don't think. They would rather not spend it. If you're building a $5 million building, you got the money to do it, but you got $5 million because you're a little bit shrewd.
I understand they've already written the check.
I understand that too. I don't know who.
the check is only for the building permit.
No, they've sent a check to,
Mercy, when they learned about the $40,000 recoup fee, Mercy agreed to send a check to Bashir's Construction, who has the contract to build the building, a $40,000 check in the instance where this did not go as planned, so that they could be on track.
yeah,
And
they
they've
don't want
already been issued a building permit, so they're moving forward. They'll settle with water and sewer once available. So,
And it's one sewer connection or more? Because
I
that's
think
the
they're just
amount.
having one sewer connection on that building. There will be 2 water connections, and when Steve and I spoke of it, the intent was to give them a tap. But if they get 2 taps, we don't charge them another $20,000.
Right.
But we don't give it to them either. They have to pay the standard.
I
So
don't
one
think it's
tap
about
is
tap
included.
fees. I think it's an assessment to tie into our water and to tie into our sewer.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it wouldn't, we could even clean that up, but
We
we
need
probably need to have more than one meeting about it.
Because your tap fee goes into all these different line sizes, right? 6-inch, 2-inch, whatever, all that.
Yeah.
Size, it's based off size and meter, and we don't, we've kept tap fees down, they really need to go up. Sometimes the worst thing you do in bad times is just run prices, so we're trying to keep them down. But for right now, that's the way I see it. So if I need to do something different, because it just says $20,000, if you read that's the way I see it, is they get a tap with that. That was our intent.
Right.
But they don't get 10 taps, so they get a tap.
I agree.
Yeah.
All right, could be correct.
Good conversation. Yeah, I think Teresa knows what she needs to know going forward, and so I'm assuming you are gonna call a meeting, is that what you're?
Yeah, we can go ahead and do that.
Okay. Before we go on to reports and questions from council, I want to make a quick update for you. There's nowhere on there says mayor update, but I'm going to write it in. I want to let you know on our senior citizen center update, Hunter and I we opened bids on the refurbishing or remodeling the new facility that we purchased out there back in whenever the ARPA money. We put down everything we wanted. We put down everything Lisa wanted. We allowed Travis to go out for bid with kind of a Taj Mahal of what would be nice if we could afford anything. And it came back just like that. We got 3 bids, not changed numbers, but or not. We got 1.1, 1.2, and $1.3 million and some change. I immediately sent Travis an email. I think we did it. Okay, Danielle sent Travis an email with my name on it and rejecting all bids and saying, okay, that was fun. We now understand what it would cost to make it a Taj Mahal. Let's get down to earth and understand that we have a $500,000 grant only, period. Said it 1,000 times. That's what we're going to spend. No more, less, could be, but no more. With the exception of the pond that we're going to have to dig, so that's not part of that grant. For the
There's engineering fees.
or engineering fees. So that's where we are. So when Hunter and I went out and visited with Travis Friday and sat down with him, and I said, okay, let's start carving away. We are not, hopefully not diminishing we're not diminishing the use of the facility at all. We're taking out some of the fluff. I kind of hate that word.
Thank you.
That's what we're doing. So there's no way, we can't, we won't, we shall not spend over $500,000 other than engineering and digging a pond for the water, for the fire suppression. That's kind of it in a nutshell. Travis understands that. It's going to take another month and a half, probably 2, by the time you go out for bid, get the bids, and start all over again. I went directly to the senior citizens, the senior citizens at the center, and told them of where we are. They were very grateful for the update. Only one gentleman, and if you've never been over there, you ought to go sometime and have lunch and visit with them, and they will tell you what they think. They were very attentive, and they understood, and nobody had any issues, but one gentleman, I won't mention his name, and he goes, how long have we been doing this? 5 years? How long is it going to take? And Lisa was quick to say, no, sir, it's been about, all in all, about a year or so. So that went away real quick, and he was actually applauding me or thanking me for coming to give him an update, so keeping him in the know. So that's where we are on that.
Mayor, I guess on that, I would like to we as a council get to see the, we didn't see the first drawing, we get to see a drawing of Travis's rendition of the revised.
Sure. Yeah, you see it.
And I wasn't aware of when the bids were going to be awarded. I guess
Unawarded, open.
Open, okay.
We don't award until Travis does his magic, as like any engineer, comes back and brings it, and then we bring it to you. So, yeah, you can certainly look at those.
Plan to bring my office.
Yeah, I have no intention, I'm not going to go into it. I have no intention of hiding anything with that senior citizen facility. Been accused of that. It's not happening. The accuser can keep accusing all he wants. They want, he wants, whatever. we're doing everything up like we're supposed to do, and we will continue to do it. And obviously, I did not accept the bid for $1.1 million. That's ridiculous. So, yeah, you can see it. How do you want him to email you something, or you want to come by Hunter's office?
Well, I mean, we're not gonna be using these ones, right? You say he's going to.
No, I mean, he can show you what if you want to wait till you get something back, I mean, that would be more
Yeah.
accurate. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, are you saying, I heard you say something about, you're saying the engineering fees and the building of the pond is not part of the grant either?
Correct.
So it's still got a,
So originally, my desire was to use leftover, I call it, and Tommy don't like this phrase. He knows
Surplus.
we talk every day, so surplus of ARPA money, we spent 25 on the building. We originally had 9 something on that tranche.
72.
So we had that much left, and my intentions were to utilize that money to do what extra we needed to do above the grant, because we knew up front the grant was not covering engineering fees. So that money, I think you guys reallocated for the most part. So we'll have to do something different. Sir, ball field lights. And that's fine. I've blood, sweat, and tears of my own out there at the club. I'm all for that. But so we'll come back to you. When I say we, Hunter and I, or Travis or whoever, I'll come back to you with a request on where to pay for engineering, and because we don't have that budget.
Engineering, you're living within your budget.
Well, that's right. We have line item budget, so I don't have to worry about that. In the pond,
Don't have line item.
right. So I don't have but whatever it is, you're gonna know. You're gonna know what that is, okay? And you're gonna know what the pond costs. We don't have a cost estimate on that yet. We're talking to a couple, and we've approached Chief Brian back there about what that pond needs to be, because it's not just a pond, it's a place for them to draw water from in case there's a fire out there. Until the day that we get water out there. You keep these and whatever it takes. But my
40,000.
my intention, great. Can we consider, wait now. So my intentions, to be all cards on the table, I've said this before, is certainly to get water and sewer all the way to 71 on the corridor of Highway 10. That is going to be widened to 5 lane. I'm kind of going off on another thing. That's going to be 5 lane, phase 2 of that project. And to me, that is prime real estate for development, whether it's residential or commercial. We've had, on note of that, we're ready to come to the city. By the way, Sonny or Travis is working on the annexation of our own facility, so we're in the city limits out there on our building. The gentleman beside him who has the storage unit you refer to is ready to come into the city limits. And the goals, so you have that, and then you have a little brick building, which he also bought, so that can come in easily. The house there, I don't know that we got a word back from him if he's willing, but the next property, which is bigger, 70 acres or so, is Goldsmith. And so far, they're kind of like, yeah, we understand what that's going to mean to us if that's in the city limit, especially if you're on water and sewer out here someday. And then Bob Ross, not the painter, but Bob Ross, who owns, do you know where the photography shop is on the north side of 10, which is in the city limits? There's a nice big house. He has a little directly across the road from that is a Haven cow pasture, 50 acres or so. And he and his son came in a couple months ago and was very excited about the possibility of that being, not excited about annexation so much, but excited about if you annex it, you're going to bring us water sewer someday, because they see money, not a cow pasture. They're looking at something.
Anyone can help you with this ransom.
Yeah, I heard we're really close. Well, she's already in the city limits, so, oh yeah, everything on that side of the highway is pretty close. Are they? Anyway, I just want to give you an update on that, all that. So, department reports and questions from council. Tim is trying hard to leave. Look at him, he's like zigzagging. He's like Frogger.
I have a question for Tim Posey.
Tim Posey, you
No,
have a
just
question.
kidding. It's for, I don't know who this is for. You. You're the boss of code enforcement now. There's a house.
Nobody's really her boss.
The house, if you come out of Liberty Drive there across the way, where Alf Burgess used to live. Anybody remember that?
Yeah.
It's falling down.
On the hill.
Yeah.
It's not city limit.
No.
Next question?
Good try.
Right. Well, this might pertain to the water department or it might be the street department, but, you know, over here, the fence that was tore down in the flood a year or so ago there, that, you know, when people use the trail, they can see right back into our, you know,
We're in.
our
Oh, that's back here.
Yes, but I was just wondering,
I'll do that all day.
north.
Yeah, the privacy fence that's separating the trail, the end of the trail in the street department or everybody's property. Is that what you're talking? We got 2 different quotes, and I don't know why, I thought I pulled the trigger on that months and months ago. I think I know what held that up. So we got a quote from one guy to replace that section of fence completely, to close that back off, so people don't see our backyard. And then he also, we asked him to give us a quote on a working gate that closes off behind this, the gate everybody goes through back there. And that slowed that down. I was ready to say fix the, I think I told him to fix the fence, but is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah. So then we got another quote, I think, right? And there was some discussion about Tim just left appropriate time to share cost, street, water, sewer on that gate, because it's everybody's gate.
Dalton definitely has said yes.
Okay, good. So I'm ready to pull that trigger again.
Okay.
We have a cost estimate, yeah?
Yeah, we do.
He was the last
Is it
one.
within my range? Because Mr. Powell will call me out on it if it's not,
Well, we were in discussions
as
about
he should.
possibly changing the way people would go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right.
So that's where
there's
we
some
got
modifications
held
that
up.
we
Okay, so ASAP, at the very least, to Mr. Brown's request, let's get that. I don't care if the pay tax costs us a little more, then come back, but we need to close that off. Whoever, I don't care. Whoever the fence guy will do it. So the other thing too, just FYI, we're thinking about that gate not being the gate, and we're thinking about the gate that everybody goes in and out on the other side of the street building, yes?
What we're thinking about is where the trash dumpster is right now, is making it a straight way in to the yard. Because that curve, when you're coming
Yeah, it's
out,
blind.
is very, very dangerous.
We literally had an incident,
We've had several incidents, so
near misses.
mirrors touching.
Okay, so now you're not talking about the other side of your building, you're
Well,
talking about the straight.
What we'd also talked about maybe is having one way in, one way out.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yep.
To avoid some of that.
Yeah,
too.
maybe coming in at the
You come
dumpster.
in where the
Going out on
dumpster
the
is,
other
go
side.
out on the other side of the street.
Because we have, Tracy, we've gotten real close to having some major accidents, so we're trying to fix
Well,
that.
and we're having problems with the public coming in on the weekends.
Right.
Using our dumpster or just dumping their items
So-
in the recycle area and not being.
So having a gate that works better, because that thing is a pain.
Yeah.
Half time it doesn't, you can't even move it, so we'll get the fence.
He has.
Shut off.
And then just the only other thing there is the tree that's growing in the dumpster area.
I noticed that. Can you get that, can you fix that?
Yeah.
Side it there.
I don't know if that's how the raccoon gets out into the dumpster or
That's
what.
raccoon.
That's providing shade for the raccoon.
Oh,
It's animal rights. thing.
Animal rights.
Um, Of course, if we change the fence up and take that fence out.
Yeah, we going in.
We'll take care of it all.
where's Ed Home? Where's that just cats and dogs?
Yes, sir.
Storecraft. You want to address that?
Yeah, that's a fun thing. Danielle wants to stay a while. So Storecraft, as I'm giving my report, which is not on here, Mr. Plummer and I have had many conversations about Storecraft. I admire his energy. I'll say that first. That's on record. He and I got together, he wrote a letter, and I'm not gonna try to explain the legality of said letter, but I signed it. And we sent it to Steve Lewis in California, who owns Storecraft Building and the Little Rock House on Denver Street, backs up to it. Been a pain in all our sides for many years, and thorn in our side. So we sent a letter, and according to Mr. Plummer, he had 10 days to respond to that letter. It was a certified letter. We got the card back saying he got it. And then 15 days rolled by, and Mr. Plummer calls me. He says, Mayor, you may go over there and start tearing that Storecraft building down. Well, I'm not quite as, I said, that's pretty cool, but that's going to cost a lot of money, and I'm not really confident. I'm not doubting your legality stuff, but that's a little scary to me. And so then we started focusing on the house that we all know is horrible and needs to be torn down. I said, I'll go out on a limb and tear that house down. One, we're doing him a favor, and two, it needs to go. It's broken into. There's kids. I'm sure the chief can attest to that. And the building, I'm just a little less confident in tearing down a 90,000 square foot building. So the house is probably going to come down pretty soon. Mr. Plummer, if I understand him right, I'm not a lawyer, as you know, but he says we're going to do that, and we're going to put a lien on property, said property, and then we're going to own it. The house first, and then we still have yet to hear anything from Mr. Lewis. Last time I talked to him, he wanted to know if there was anybody in this area that was sophisticated enough to talk to him, and I took that personal. I said, I guess not, so.
You need my number next time.
I will, I'll be glad to. You know whose number I gave, and I wish I sat in on the conversation? John Van Gorder.
Oh, my goodness.
And that's been about a year ago.
That's what
That may be important. And I don't mean anything bad by that, but those two gentlemen talked as far as I know, and I don't think anything.
I'm more happy to talk to you.
And John was interested in the building, as many others, a few have been interested. Won't lease it, won't sell it, I mean, he will, but
Will lease it,
it's
not
ridiculous. But he won't lease it, so,
He won't sell it.
right.
He will lease it.
We will lease it, but nobody wants to lease it.
And
to
he-
$1 billion.
and he will not
Yeah,
repair
it's
it.
$1 billion, and not really, but, so, but lately, we've not had any communication at all. So, I don't know, but do know that we're working on it.
I'm sure his lawyer will be ready.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I told Travis, I said, listen, either a helicopter is gonna land on City Hall or out there, and we're gonna be summoned to his helicopter or something, or he's not as rich as I think he is. I don't know, but I'm more leaning toward some attorney's gonna show up. Do everybody remember the attorney that came from Little Rock for Steve Tedford? That's who I think's gonna show up.
That was awesome.
It was awesome. It reminded me of that rooster on it. Let it all go and let it go. Do you remember that?
I'll see it.
I'm scared. Anyway, so we're not just sticking our head in the sand. We're kind of, I'm walking out on a limb, is what I'm doing. So,
We did go ahead and seal it off.
we
were
did,
having trouble with
yeah.
people
Jeff
trying-
calls me one day and he says, what do you think about roping that off? And I said, do it. And by the way, Steve Lewis would like that too, because he basically told me one time, somebody, Casey, you better not let anybody on that property.
And
So-
we're getting that
It's spot for
to about.
police to sit.
Yeah.
And I said, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So we roped it off, Jeff did on both sides. I mean, somebody get in there, I mean, kids can get in there for sure, but truck, you can't.
Dumping stuff off and there's, going to be a little bit harder anyway.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a deterrent, so.
And we're getting bids to get them out.
And I'm doing that, I'm not abusing mowing it, but I'm not gonna let it look bad. In the past, we've hired a few people, and also I've used the street department, which is, I don't particularly like doing that, because instead of over there mowing some guy in California's property, they could be doing something for us.
Exactly, I let it look bad.
So I'm hiring it out, we're getting another quote and bid on it, and probably mow it. You know, weather's changing, maybe twice, maybe, I don't know, this one may be it, but, we're working on something happening in it.
I let it look bad and file all complaints, give him his number.
Well, the inside of so we're building up funds, we're building up, what do you call it?
Mowing it helps you in the process of the lien.
Yes, the
Shows
lien,
that
we
you're
need as
actually
much of
taking
that
care
as
of
we
it.
get. I'm not gonna pad it, but we're gonna do that. The inside of the building is what it is. It's horrendous. Every window's broken. I've been known to crawl through the window to get in there one time, but now they're all broke, and it's bad, so who knows what's going on. Oh, yeah, it's major.
When you gonna tear down the rock house?
I'm feeling kind of confident, but pretty soon. Before he was in town, it had already been done.
Yeah. He was up down the other day.
Was he?
He was out there Mount Zion, I saw him today.
Okay, well, I'm ready to take that one. Like I said, if he comes in and tries to sue me for tearing that down, we got a issue.
So, real quick,
Yep.
when I go back, so I'm gonna watch all that over again. Those individuals that are coming before the Waterways and Park Commission, the adjustment is not for them, it's necessarily, it's for just the overall price, what we charge anybody all the time. It's
They're
not to
coming-
get it waived for them.
Oh, no,
Well,
they're coming.
they're coming.
It waived for them.
They're coming.
But that's not what we're supposed to do.
That's not what your ordinance is.
Okay,
They're
that
coming.
needs to be clear.
They're coming for
Oh, that's
themselves.
clear.
It's not just
Not to
waive
them.
it for them.
They feel like they need a concession,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and that's all they're doing.
but that's not what that ordinance
Correct,
is intent.
correct.
Not for
Correct.
everybody to
I
come
think
and
we're-
ask for.
Yeah,
concessions.
we're.
I would come and ask for possession.
But that ordinance is for, like saying, the 71 business corridor. It's
Yeah.
not for all commercial
Correct.
developments.
That's why
that were
it
in town.
says the fee is non-refundable for that last part about the adjustment. Because everybody's supposed to pay the fee no matter what.
That's right.
It's up to the water commission though, as a whole, to lower it, ask y'all if it can be lowered or raised, whatever financial needs are.
Correct.
Good deal. That needed to be clarified. I just needed that.
You're the
right
only one
there.
here that did, I'm just kidding.
I know. Probably. It just, I want to make, well, you didn't have to go through what we went through and it was uncomfortable.
All right, so back to the question for department heads, that's where we are.
Jeff, city cemetery, that's in your report. Is that Liberty Cemetery?
No, city cemetery is on Bell Road.
Okay, we don't own it.
No, but it's cold.
Okay, that's what I made sure. We don't do things though to it because we don't own it.
Cemetery by the airport. Oh, yeah, all right.
We got an airport. That's-
Right, we just do the creek because of drainage, but not, we do
It
not.
wasn't even on the,
We don't
but
make,
it's, that sits next to it, just for reference, because that's where that road is.
it's Memorial Cemetery or something, right? It's
Yes.
called,
City Memorial Cemetery.
I don't even think it says city on it.
Everybody's been called city cemetery.
That's what I told everybody,
Jeff?
everybody that's old.
Yeah.
What about the ditch on Coke Street, Beaver Dam?
We got the data. Do you want that, there needs to be some work done. And I think there was some discussion about things that weren't supposed to be done or whatever. You come offline.
We're just trying to make the water drain in the ditch.
Well, so there's some things that I think that Dr. Burgess didn't want done. If we're gonna fix it, it's gotta be done. So,
I think you will, but you're a Burgess, more or less, right? It's a good thing.
There's something about that ditch that.
it does keep getting beaver dams,
It
so we
does.
must shoot up
Never
on it.
dries out.
You'll always have beaver dams there as long as you have beaver.
Yeah, well, that's true. We removed two, is what I'm trying to say.
Those damn beavers.
That's right.
All right?
Is it the extermination process?
Yes, it's a extermination process.
Huh?
It's called,
Was
it's called
exterminating for bait?
They're traps.
Call me and Lynn, talk about that sometime.
What's that?
Call me sometime, we can.
Okay, yeah, I've been meaning to talk to you about that anyway.
All right, anybody else?
Yeah, back to reinforcement mowing, I got somebody that needs mowed grass.
Good.
You can email Kyla or tell me and I'll tell her.
Yeah, yep, 308 Locust Drive.
308 Locust. Okay, I'll handle it.
And there was a shrub out there on the Breckenridge at the
Yep.
line, looked good, hadn't been trimmed
Still
yet.
not?
No. It's weird because the lady manicures her yard, she's a nurse. And she has it done professionally, it looks beautiful, but that just rush on that,
Can't see.
yeah, so it's very odd.
I had that one on
Yeah. I don't know.
It's that
I thought
Breckenridge.
I thought I gave it to
there.
you.
East or west?
West, okay, if you're going towards the school, it's on the east side.
East side, okay.
Jeff.
Southeast side, I guess, if you will, that intersection of Breckenridge and Westwood,
Okay.
the southeast corner. You can't miss, you can see it from ten.
Yeah, and I think you already know this, but I do request when you guys show up to trim that they do a little courtesy knock on the door and say, I'm fixing to chop yours.
Well, I would do that, so I'm taking it out of the ground.
I know, but I
Ask her if she wants it removed completely.
yeah, listen, yeah, it's kind of like it's tree back there.
Right, yeah. Maybe go back all that
Anybody else?
Motion we adjourn. Second. What was that? Yeah.
Danielle, what'd you say?
I love you all, I'm going home.
Yeah, by the way, I saw the video.
What's that? That's right. The whole thing.
I do the same
That's what the problem is. We're trying to.
My buddy lives down there, so he can't see the
disregard.
Because like when you go start. What's the concrete block, that's the foundation, until you get over full strength, that's living. I'll verify.
I'm making it.
Kind of like John Ping.
Did you get this one? I see there's another one.
No, I would just, I probably want to talk to whoever went Jeff, the street department, and see if they have any specifications.
What are the most annoying sounds in the curb?
Generally, you just open it a little bit, so as long as you're not adding culvert, you're good.
Don't sing.
We're not gonna take it out of the way all the way to it. I need that transition.
I hear you.
Take it up about 6.
Well, first that church is fast.
So.
Retaining wall is 4 miles. Other driveway.